Yeah, I'm going to be honest with you. 99.99999% of NFL trades that involve a defensive player, they won't matter for fantasy football, and you will never hear me talk about them on this channel. Big reason is I would have to embarrass myself to the furthest degree if I started trying to give individual defensive player analysis. It would be horrific. However, this one player I know is pretty good. You probably know that he's pretty good as well. Micah Parsons is going to the Green Bay Packers, and this is one of the 0.01% of defensive player moves that I actually think could make a difference in fantasy. And the reason being is, in my opinion, this probably actually wins the Packers some games. It probably changes the game environment that they are playing in some, especially when we compare them to potentially the Dallas Cowboys. So this is going to seem a little silly. And again, this is the first live stream that you've ever maybe seen me do this. But for me personally, I do believe that Micah Parsons is a top 3 defensive player in the NFL. So if I am looking at how we expect this to potentially change the overall game environments for the Green Bay Packers, I think they're going to be able to run the hell out of the ball. I think that I actually am going to be moving Josh Jacobs up my rankings. I previously had Josh Jacobs as the RB11 in the same tier as Chase Brown, Bucky Irving, Jonathan Taylor. And to be honest with you, I want to move Josh Jacobs up to our running back 8. Am I going to sit here and say like, oh, okay, this makes Josh Jacobs in the same tier of McCaffrey? Of course not. I think at the very most, you can just use this as a tiebreaker inside tiers. We're not completely changing the rankings. It's a freaking defensive player trade. But also, if you had Justin Jefferson ahead of CeeDee Lamb, I would move Lamb ahead of him, because now at this point, you assume that the Dallas Cowboys are probably a worse team. They probably have to throw the ball more. They probably get more shootouts. So CeeDee Lamb has to be locked and loaded as your wide receiver 2 overall. And honestly, I think I'm going to be moving George Pickens up as well. As I was a little hesitant, I had George Pickens wide receiver 28. Again, I'm not going to be jumping up entire tiers, very similar to what we said with Josh Jacobs. I think this maybe just makes the Packers a better team. We're able to move up their expectations running the football just a little bit. And I think this makes the Dallas Cowboys a worse team. We move up their expectations of throwing the football just a little bit. So we'll move Pickens to the top of his tier. We'll move Jacobs to the top of his tier. And yeah, again, this is going to be one of the very few instances that I will ever say a defensive player trade has a fantasy football impact. But I do think Micah Parsons is one of the very few players that we can confidently say will change the game environment for the team that he's playing for. So let's go ahead and let's dive into some of these questions. So a lot of these questions are going to be sent in from people who got the season pass to flockfantasy.com. You'll see this with the free markings next to like all of these. We're going to get to team reviews as well. But if you are wondering how people get all these free questions for the live streams, again, if you got the 2025 season pass and you use code FLOCK, you should have free vouchers for trade questions and start sit questions in your account right now. So you can go ahead and you can send those in on the site whenever you want. If you haven't already got the season pass, it's not too late. The season pass is going to be live all the way until NFL kickoff. It is the most affordable way for you to win your fantasy football league this year. It's going to get you access to legitimately everything on flockfantasy.com, including all the updated weekly rankings, rest of season rankings. Plus, you're going to be able to get all the tool access on the site. And it's not even a subscription. It's just a one-time payment of $34. And if you wanted those free questions to ask on the live stream, make sure you use code FLOCK when you sign up. And then also, we are giving out free questions in the live streams every single day. Every time we hit 100 likes on the stream, we ask the live chat, what's your flockfantasy.com username? And we pick somebody at random to give away those free vouchers for. So hit that like button if you have not done so already. Now let's go ahead and let's start diving into some of these questions. First one coming out from No Locks. Here we're trading Caleb Williams, Jalen Warren, James Cook for Jalen Hurts. It's a 2 wide receiver, single flex format. So for me, I think that we are going to be prioritizing the elite quarterback where we can. But I have James Cook currently ranked at 34 overall. I have Jalen Hurts at 38 overall. So the fact that you're adding to the James Cook side here, I think is going to be a little bit aggressive. I would trade James Cook straight up for Jalen Hurts in your format, though. Now let's move this over. Hoagie coming through with a trade question. Here it's Joe Burrow, Garrett Wilson versus Bo Nix and Drake London. I think that the gap between London and Wilson for me is going to be larger than the gap between Bo Nix and Joe Burrow, assuming it's a 4-point passing touchdown format. So give me Drake London. Now, Mr. Trog says, can you make a fair deal for Neighbors and Tet or Tony? Don't exactly know what you mean. Are you asking to try to balance this out where we're selling Kenneth Walker plus another piece to get to Malik Neighbors? It's an 8-team league where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So I'd be willing to overpay here. I mean, I would sell JSN and Kenneth Walker for Malik Neighbors in an 8-team league where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. Depth won't matter at all in this league. Hell, if you wanted to go super aggressive, you could offer A.J. Brown and Kenneth Walker for Malik Neighbors. I would not do this in a 12-team league, but because you're in an 8-team league, you possibly could get away with it. Now, Jose coming through at the start set question. Here, I think George Pickens is more interesting in the flex spot now that you have no Micah Parsons. And then looking for that other flex, full PPR format, I think that Rome Odunze could be the play over Isaiah Pacheco, but it does look like Pacheco is going to be the starting running back week 1, so I'd probably leave this as is. And it looks like we had 100 likes on this live stream, so please go down to the chat and drop your flockfantasy.com username, and if you use code FLOCK when you signed up to the site, we should be able to go through and we should be able to hook you up with some free questions. Here, this is a Dynasty trade, Dynasty Superflex deal. It's a 10-team Dynasty league, so Joe Flacco's meaningless even in a Superflex for me. I would rather have Derrick Henry over JCM and Keon Coleman. Now, Morpha coming through with a free trade. This is Caleb Marv versus Hubbard and DJ Moore. I'd rather have Marv over Hubbard. I'd rather have DJ Moore over Caleb. I think this is a very fair 2-for-2 swap, and it's just going to be your personal preference. I mean, early in the season, the Chuba side's going to win. I think late in the year, the Caleb Johnson Marv side will win, though. But let's pick somebody random in the chat to give away the free vouchers to. We got Big Body Bose F. Let's see if I can find you on my users page. And again, I can only find y'all on my users page if y'all use promo code FLOCK when you signed up to the site. But let's see. We got Big Body Bose. I got Big Body Bands. I got Big Body Bill, but I don't have Big Body Bose. So we're going to move on to the next person. Somebody says Big Red. Let's see if we can find you on the site. Okay, I got Big Red. I got Big Red. Perfect. And you got the season pass, so you should already have free vouchers in your account. But we can make sure that we go through and hook you up with some more stuff, my friend. Thank you for hanging out with us in the stream. But let's move this over to our next question. It's going to be from Jay Rentina. This is Caleb and DJ Moore versus Joe Burrow in a Dynasty Superflex League. Dynasty Superflex League. Give me Burrow here. I mean, you're taking on a lot of risk if you're going with the Caleb side. We already know what Burrow is for a format like this. Let me just confirm. This is Dynasty, right? Yeah, this is for sure going to be a Dynasty League. Let's go, Joe Burrow. Okay. Now, Archon says, I have Neighbors, Worthy, Ridley, Mooney, Loveland, and Mason. So we're going DJ Moore, Brenton Strange for Ja'Cory Crosky, Merritt, and David Njoku. It's a 2 wide receivers, single flex. I have JCM here, so I hope I'm wrong, but DJ Moore is in a different tier than anybody else in this trade. And with the Harold Fannin usage, it is a little concerning for Njoku, even if you have Flacco as a starter, so give me the DJ Moore side. Now, D-Tet, man, trading Chase for Jacobs, Higgins, and Garrett Wilson. It's a 10-team league, but slightly deeper starting lineups. And actually, this is going to be a dynasty format. We look forward to the future 12 months from now. Josh Jacobs is going to be a much worse dynasty asset than he is today. 10-team league, dynasty, give me the best player, give me Jamar Chase. If it was a little bit of a deeper starting lineup, I think you could go on the other side. Toby tried to send in a super message, but didn't attach a actual question to it. Let me send over a free start set question for you if that's what you're trying to do. Teresa, always happy to see us, says, lineup is in the air. Let's check this out. Wide receiver 2, I think you have to go through. And honestly, you have to play Garrett Wilson, even if the passing volume is going to be a little bit lower and it's a tough matchup going up against the Steelers week 1. And then down in the flex, even if Najee Harris is going to go, I would just project Amari and Hampton out in a different class than what we're going to have with the other rookies. Where typically with the rookies, we want to be a little bit hesitant. We want to see it before we believe it. But you do have Amari and Hampton at the elite range of outcomes for all these running backs. And I actually just got a great email from Yahoo. I'm sorry to cut this off, Teresa, but Yahoo just sent me a message that we are uncapped with all our Yahoo API access. So if you linked a Yahoo team with flockfantasy.com, you should be good where it's always constantly up to date for you, where you don't need to stress whatsoever. That is amazing. I did not think Yahoo was going to do that for us, but shout out Yahoo making the linking process with flockfantasy.com that much better. Let's move this over to T. Jones. This is a trade where we're going to RJ Harvey and Igbuka for AJ Brown. This is a redraft league. It's a little bit of a deeper league. Is this truly a 13-team league? It's a 13-team ESPN league. Super weird. What the hell are y'all doing with the team left over every week? So it's a little bit of a deeper format, but still, we're going to go AJ Brown here for sure. I mean, if you're taking both the rookies, you just have so much risk, and I don't think you have that much high of a ceiling. Now, Drake May coming through with the starting lineup question. God, I'm so dehydrated. Here we need a Superflex play. It's an 8-team league, so we should have a couple different options. We're going to go with May over Tua. May has a good matchup week 1. I believe he plays the Raiders. DeAndre Swift for sure is going to be a play over the rookies week 1. And then Mike Evans is going to be an auto start with no Godwin expected until like week 5 at this point. Now, Jagny coming through says, could maybe try to get more. If not, what other could you think of with this team? So Jonathan Taylor to Devon Achane. I would rather have Achane, but I know a lot of people are getting scared off given the injury. Lamar Jackson to Trey McBride, lateral move up to you, 8-team league. So both guys are, but I would like to have the elite onesie at either position. Do we have another quarterback right now? No, quarterback would end up being Baker Mayfield. To be honest with you, like this is a whatever trade. If you're not worried about the Achane injury, I think you probably go ahead and you take the Achane side. But you're not winning this like by a country mile, because Achane is kind of sliding back to that same tier as Jonathan Taylor with the calf injury, and with Taylor getting the bump up with Daniel Jones being the starter. So I think you can go with the Achane side if you're not worried about the injury at all. But if you were worried about the injury, you can go Taylor. I mean, it's up to you there. Okay, flagpole coming through with the trade. This is McCarthy and Braylon Allen versus Drake May and Ray Davis. It's a redraft 1 quarterback format, so the QBs really don't matter. Like, what are the quarterbacks on the waiver wire in this league? You got like Tua, Bryce Young, Daniel Jones. So it looks like everybody's rostering 2 QBs. Like even the Jalen Hurts team has Jordan Love. So like if I was looking at these quarterbacks, I have them ranked back-to-back QB 15, QB 16. I would rather have Braylon Allen by a decent little margin over Ray Davis. I don't think Ray Davis is startable outside of a James Cook injury. And there's no way that the Buffalo Bills trade James Cook, where there is a small chance that they do with Breece Hall. So we probably go with the Braylon Allen side. But it looks like we're about to hit 200 likes on the stream. So if y'all want us to do another giveaway for free questions, hit that like button. The Playoff Grinch says, brother, I'm stuck between Walker or starting Pollard. With Kenneth Walker versus Tony Pollard, I think most of the season you're going to be starting Kenneth Walker over him. Early in the year, obviously, when we have no Spears, Pollard's very intriguing. Week 1 specifically, though, I actually think you're going to start both running backs over Ricky Pearsall. I would definitely start Kenneth Walker over Tony Pollard. You do have a really tough matchup going up against Denver for the Titans. But we had 200 likes on the stream, so please go down there and drop your flockfantasy.com username, and we'll pick out someone to give those free questions to. But Mance Chiller coming through with the flex. Tony Pollard, again, super interesting start with those Spears early on. A little bit concerned about matchup. But looking at everybody else, like Ricky Pearsall, Chris Olave, Calvin Ridley would be the other names. And like Ridley himself has the same horrible matchup going up against the Denver Broncos. Now, Bryce coming through. This is a trade where we're sending Lamar, Tracy, Hawkinson for Kittle, Henderson, Dak. So going from Lamar to Kittle, slight downgrade. Tracy to Henderson, upgrade. Hawkinson to Dak, slight downgrade. Lamar is going to be the best side of it. What quarterback do we have now? We have no quarterback now. Running back left over, we'd have Jacobs, Henderson, Ford, Chubb. We have no tight end at the moment. Honestly, it's up to you. If you love Henderson, I understand the thought process with it, but Lamar just gives you such a high floor ceiling combo at QB that I almost just want to kind of take the Lamar side. But let's pick somebody random to give some free questions to. We got L Landon 01. Let's see if I can find you on the site, my friend. Hopefully you use code FLOCK, and hopefully you are on my users page. L Landon. Maybe we'll try Landon with just one L. Maybe you accidentally misspelt it. Nope. Did not use code FLOCK or do not actually have an account on the site. Let's try L. Watley. Lee Watley has been a long-time member of the YouTube. And here I can find him on the site pretty easily. Looks like he has a free account, so shouldn't have any vouchers in his account just yet, but be happy to go ahead and send you over some, my friend. And thank you for hanging out in the live chat with us for so much over the years. Now, let's move this back. Now, Jake 1 coming through. This is a trade where we're sending Kyron and Brian Thomas for Saquon Barkley. If this was a deeper format like the Flock League where you had to start 2 flex spots, I think it would be very tough to get rid of the 2 starters like this. And honestly, if I got this offer in the Flock League, I would probably go ahead and I would probably take the side of Brian Thomas and Kyron Williams. However, you're playing in a 2 wide receiver single flex format, so the depth here is not going to matter that much. And for that reason, I think that we go ahead and we take Saquon. Now, Finn's coming through. This is Jacobs, Amon-Ra versus Pacheco, Swift, and Bijan. With the offensive line injuries that we have in Atlanta, I think Bijan and Amon-Ra St. Brown are a little bit closer. I'd still prefer Bijan. But Jacobs versus Swift and Pacheco for me is going to be Jacobs, especially with the Parsons trade where they can possibly run the ball a little more. So based off the developments that we've had this week, I honestly kind of just want to take the 2 studs with Jacobs and St. Brown. God, I need some water so bad. Now, Bob Jeff coming through says, which helps more, Jaden Daniels plus Aaron Jones? Thanks. Okay. Don't exactly know what you're asking. Terms of what side of this I'd want, I want Nico Collins, and it's not close. But would we rather trade Jaden Daniels and Aaron Jones for Nico Collins? Is that what you're asking? Quarterback, we don't have Daniels. Or are you asking, like, would we trade Kenneth Walker and Jamison Williams for Jaden Daniels and Aaron Jones? If I had to choose between the 2 deals, you could just get Nico Collins. You get the round 1 pick. Phil says I sent a start set question. Yes, we are going to go through and we are getting into all the questions in the order that they were received. So just to make sure everybody here understands how the questions work on the site, if you submit a question on the site, it will always be answered in the order that it was received. If it is a roster review, typically we take a little bit longer with those just because it's a lot longer for me to answer than the start sit or trade. And also, you will get notified both on the website and with your email the second that I answer your question. And the developers of flockfantasy.com were able to build it out into the software that you will get a custom link sent to you that will have the timestamp in which I answered your question embedded. So you'll go ahead and you'll click that link and the live stream will jump you to immediately the time that I answered your question. So you're going to see your answer no matter what. And I will be able to answer your question no matter what because it just loads in the left side in the order that it was asked. So if you wanted to get an answer, my recommendation would be to just send in the question as early as you possibly can. That way you get in line as early as you possibly can. But if you don't want to do that, obviously nobody's going to be forcing you to. And I would completely understand if you didn't want to. But just wanted to make sure that you understand how that works. Now, Mitchie says, start 7. Is this worth the risk? Ollie Gordon, Tyler Warren versus Rashee Rice and Kyle Pitts. Yes. 12 teams start 7. Go ahead and get Rashee Rice. Ollie Gordon may effectively be a 0. Kyle Pitts may be effectively a 0. Tyler Warren or Rashee Rice, give me Rice. Krim says, will when the Yahoo League start showing up on the site? You should be able to load your Yahoo Fantasy Football League on the site now. Yahoo just got back to me like 30 minutes ago saying that they just unlocked unlimited access for us to hit their API. So If you go ahead, go onto the site, log onto Yahoo, they just gave us permission where we are not capped anymore, and we can load your Yahoo League an infinite amount of times. Okay. Chile coming through. We're going to start Trevion over RJ Harvey. I do like the matchup for RJ Harvey. I like the matchup for both guys week 1. And then down in the flex, Travis Hunter would probably be the best play to get in, but we're not starting him over London or Ladd. So a phenomenal starting lineup. Now, let's move this over. General for Lee. This is a trade. Kenneth Walker versus Laporta. 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. So I like the elite tight ends, but Laporta's not in the elite tight end category. You definitely want Kenneth Walker here. I don't even care what the rest of your roster is. Slangster coming through. We got 3 flex spots. Xavier Worthy, auto start with no Rashee Rice week 1. JSN and auto start every week, regardless of matchup. It's really going to be down to the last flex. You have no Jalen McMillan week 1. Dobbins, I guess you could go with Isaiah Pacheco playing the Chargers. I mean, with Pacheco, I understand that he was horrible after the injury last season, but right now he does project out to be the guy. Actually, never mind. We needed to fill in a starting lineup running back spot too. So Pacheco's actually going to go in at running back. And for that final flex, I think you can consider J.K. Dobbins. If Juwan Jennings plays when he hasn't been at training camp at all, there's no way in hell I play him. I guess you could consider Eckler in a full PPR format. I probably just play it safe and I just go Dobbins. Dobbins, great matchup, and I think he's going to be the starting running back week 1. Obviously, we'd assume that RJ Harvey takes over the backfield as the season progresses. Kirko Chains coming through with a start set. Here for the flex, for me, I'm going to be playing Cortland Sutton over Ted McMillan early on. I think that if you're looking at these wide receivers that are in a similar tier, we can opt to go with the veteran that we've had the track record from rather than the rookie where we're going to have to wait to see it. Brazy with the start set, you for sure go Kyler at quarterback. We're going to go with Garrett Wilson as an auto start at wide receiver. I mean, in the flex spot every week. And very similar to what we said in the last team, we're going to play Devonta Smith over Ted McMillan. These wide receivers that are in a similar tier, we're going to just opt to go with the veteran every time in week 1. Now, D. Nickel coming through with the trade. This is a first-round pick next year or Roma Dunze. I think it's really going to depend on your roster if you're contending right now, if you're a rebuilding team. Running back, we have Pollard. That's about it. Wide receiver, we have Godwin, Ted McMillan, Igbuka. That's about it. So, yeah, this team's kind of garbage. Like, there's no way you can contend this season. And if it's a Superflex league, I'd rather just have the first-round pick, to be honest. Unless you think this first-round pick's guaranteed to be late. Like, it's a fine price point for Rome. And if I was a contender, I definitely want Rome there because he could easily be worth more than the first next offseason, depending on how he performs. Stack says, when is the final cheat sheet coming out? So we have the updated draft sheets getting posted on flockfantasy.com tomorrow. I'm going to be working on those all night tonight and tomorrow morning. And for the people who use code FLOCK on Underdog, it'll get sent to your email tomorrow as well. And it looks like we hit 300 likes on the live stream. So go down to the chat, drop your flockfantasy.com username. We'll pick another winner. Here, Jordan, this is a 14-team multiple flex league. Actually, it's not linked, so I can't guarantee that. I will say, if it truly is a 14-team multiple flex league, you go Evan Ingram and Jaden Higgins because the depth's going to be very important. However, if it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex, or if it's a 12-team, or if it's a 10-team league, then you for sure go Sam Laporta being the best player. Now, Trav Purple's coming through. I'm assuming that we accidentally just filled this out wrong, and what you really just need is 2 wide receivers and a flex. And if that's going to be the case, you're going to be starting Nico Collins, Marvin Harrison, and then between DK Metcalf and Cortland Sutton, I probably go Sutton week 1 with the better matchup. Judy's very interesting, though, because he gets to play the Bengals, and you have Flacco under center. But let's pick a winner. We got Chief Keef 67 as the winner for the giveaway. So let's go ahead and get you set up on the site with some of these free vouchers, my friend. Keef 67. Okay, you already got the season pass, so you should have a bunch of free vouchers in your account as is. Looks like you already sent in a trade question, but we'll make sure we get you set up with some more. Thank you again for hanging out with us in the stream. Okay. And let's move this over to Trap Purples. Here, wide receiver, I'm going to be starting Marv over the wide receiver 2s. And then there in the flex, I'm going to be going with Sutton over Metcalf for the first week and also over Devonta Smith With Smith, I think that the Eagles are probably just set up in a spot where they can effectively run the ball week 1. So let's move this over. Ethan with the start set. Running back, I'm going to be playing Brees over RJ Harvey week 1, even in a tougher matchup. We're going to go Devontae Adams as a must-start receiver there. And then for the flex, I'll go ahead and I'll take Ted McMillan, Jaden Reed, Jawan Jennings banged up. We're not starting them until we see it. And I'd like to bench the rookie if we could, but Ted's like the one rookie wide receiver. It's like, let's go for it. Gabe says, have to drop one of Jalen Warren, Cup, Debo, Tootin, and Jaden Blue, or Darnell Mooney, Amari for a DST. Who do you think? Amari Cooper for sure. I've drafted Amari in a lot of underdog best ball drafts, and there I think he could make a difference, and he could give you a random spike week. But it's not in the range of outcomes for Amari Cooper to turn into an every week player for you in fantasy football in 2025. So I think you for sure go ahead and you drop Amari easily. Dirk says, how much will Rice's comeback hurt Worthy? Rice will come back about the same time as Godwin. And potentially Jalen McMillan. Xavier Worthy and Igbuka are like the same age. Igbuka stayed 4 years at Ohio State. Worthy stayed 3 years at Texas. Worthy was also a round 1 pick, and Worthy actually flashed in the NFL already. So I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take Xavier Worthy. And yeah, we're going to do team reviews on this stream. I'm just going to get to the fast questions first, and then we'll do the team reviews after. But just full transparency, if you send in a team review on the site right now, do not expect it to get answered in this live stream. I am backed up on team reviews, and it's going to take me quite some time to get to those answers. If you send in a start-sit question, if you send in a trade question, I will for sure be able to get to it in this live stream, but I am not going to be able to get to a team review. Okay. Not all versus what a day to be a Packers fan. Yes, sir. It is a good day to be a Packers fan. Now, D. Brunette coming through. Trading Byshell Tootin for Luther Burden. They are very close for me in my rankings. I think a lot of it's going to come down to what you have with your own personal needs. I will say it does look less likely that a Jacksonville Jaguar running back gets traded at this point. Now, Mr. Big Blunt coming through. RJ Harvey and George Pickens versus Chase Brown. 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. Chase Brown's at a completely different tier. You go ahead and you take Chase Brown. I think you're taking on a lot of risk with the RJ Harvey, George Pickens side, and you're not getting that much more upside. Not Marco coming through at the start sit. Here we need the second flex spot. Kenneth Walker is going to be an auto start. I would actually start James Conner over Ted McMillan as well week 1. Like, the Cardinals are going to be heavy favorites over the Saints. And again, with Conner, I would rather have Ted McMillan rest of season. I'm going to assume the rookie continues to get better, but Conner should be good to go right out the gate. King was taken coming through. This is Caleb, Marv versus Kyron and Addison. Marv to Kyron. Give me Kyron. Caleb to Addison. Kind of up to you. It's a double flex format. Running back afterwards, we'd have Kyron, Genty, and we kind of need to get a running back that's startable early because we lost Mixon. So with the context that we lost Mixon, I think we are just going to go ahead and we're going to take the Kyron and Jordan Addison side. Because Addison's not going to be startable for the first few weeks, but neither will Caleb Johnson anyway. Now, J-Jack says, we're trading Chuba Amon-Ra for Hampton, Najee, Terry, and Rome. Chuba versus Terry, tomato. Would I rather have Amon-Ra versus Hampton and Rome? Najee's a 0. I'd rather have Amon-Ra. Like, it doesn't really matter that you're getting Najee with Hampton. It doesn't make Hampton any more valuable. It's a 12-team, 2 wide receiver, single flex format, so the depth's not going to matter much. Looking at the best players in the waiver wire, I mean, it's a little shaky. I guess you got like Woody Marks. Oh, yeah, y'all can't see that. If you link your team with the site, you can go ahead and you can filter through the best waiver wire options. Waiver wire is not great, so I understand wanting to trade for a little bit of depth here, but I'm not doing this one. Okay. Now, Amarcano coming through. Here we have Jacoby Myers in the flex. Is there any way we can take him out? Probably not. I think I play Nick Chubb over these other backs. Cleveland's going to be a worse offense than Houston, and we don't know what the split's going to be between Dylan Sampson and Jerome Ford. So I wouldn't fault you at all if you wanted to go through it, if you wanted to take one of the Cleveland backs. But I think it's kind of a shaky projection for all these guys, and I'd rather go with the guy that's in the better offense. Now, Justin coming through for the flex spot. We're going to go Xavier Worthy. Honestly, I think I may start Worthy straight up over Marv without Rashee Rice. Can everybody spam the chat right now? What would you rather have week 1? Would you rather have Xavier Worthy or Marvin Harrison when you have no Rashee Rice in this offense? I would obviously rather have Harrison rest of the season because eventually Rice will come back in. But when it comes to week 1 with no Rice, who are you going to take? We got Worthy, Harrison, Worthy. It looks like a lot of people are on the Worthy side. And keep in mind, Harrison's going to be going up against the Saints. Should be a lower scoring offense. I mean, just game in general, where you do have Worthy going up against the Chargers. Now, Hovin coming through this A.J. Brown versus Breece Hall and Stephon Diggs. It's a deep league. Actually, I don't know if this is filled out correctly for the settings because it's not linked. It's filled as a start 13 league. If it's a start 13 league, you go Breece and Diggs. But in the majority of league formats, you would take A.J. Brown here. But again, it's going to depend on those league settings. Now, Jay Jensen coming through with the trade. This is going to be Barkley, Pickens, Olave versus Henry and Nico. Let's go ahead and put this into the trade calculator. This is a massive deal. You're effectively trading a first, fifth, and sixth for a late first, for almost too late first, or a late first, early second. Let's go ahead and let's put this in. We give up Barkley. Again, I think Pickens actually looks a little bit better with the Micah Parsons trade just because this team's going to have to throw the ball more. We receive Henry and Nico Collins. Trade calculator has this as a fair deal using the expert average ranks. Using my rankings, it says that we would slightly rather have the Barkley side. Let me know in the chat, what do y'all prefer here? Do y'all prefer Barkley, Pickens, Olave, or Henry and Nico? April getting married this next week. Congrats, April. Super happy to hear that. That is awesome. Okay, we got Nico, Henry, Nico, Barkley, Nico. So it looks like most people are on the Nico side of this. I mean, I honestly think that it's going to be up to you. And maybe I'm just a little bit too high on Barkley myself. But everybody in the chat's on Nico. Dawson coming through with a trade here for that second flex spot. We're choosing between Golden, Pittman. I'm not starting Jennings week 1. There's no way in hell. Golden versus Pittman. It looks like Reed's not going to play, or if he does play, he's going to be extremely banged up. I think we go ahead and I think we take Matthew Golden. Lions coming through with the start sits. We need a flex between Shakir, JCM, and Marvin Mims. Mims missed practice today, said that they'll be back on Monday. Shakir's been banged up. If Shakir plays, I'm going to play Shakir. If Shakir misses, I will play JCM. I have JCM in the Flock League. I would love if he crushed week 1, but the reality of the situation is we're probably not going to get anything exciting. Now, Skullified says, my wide receiver room is great. I think this would help my running back room a lot. Kyron in London for Bijan. This is a redraft team. Wide receiver, we'd have Lamb, Brian Thomas, Devonta Smith, Brandon Ayuk. Running back, we'd have Bijan, Amari and Hampton, Caleb. 10-team league. Should have a decent little option on the waiver wire. I think you can go ahead and get Bijan. Again, the offensive line injury in Atlanta, projecting the offense to be a little bit worse, is going to make Bijan a little less exciting, but you can almost say the same thing about London. Now, Turnstile coming through this is Pollard, Devonta Smith versus Josh Jacobs. It's going to be Josh Jacobs for me. I mean, I think you can make an argument early in the season the Pollard side is going to win this when you have no Spears, but Spears is going to be back at some point. Also, early in the year, you have no Marshawn Lloyd as well. Okay. The Ghost coming through with the start set. Here we need a tight end and a flex. Tight end, I'm going to go Dallas Goedert over Tucker Kraft week 1. And then down in the flex, I think we're going to be going with Devonta Smith. If you wanted to consider Judy, I'm not going to fault you for it. And maybe I end up changing my mind because the Browns have the best matchup possible against the Bengals week 1. Now, Chief Keef coming out. We got Hampton and Rome versus Bucky Irving. It's a 10-team start 8 format. Wide receiver, we'd have Lamb, Devonta Smith, Tet McMillan, Garrett Wilson. So Rome's our wide receiver 5. If Rome's our wide receiver 5, yes, I think we can afford to go out there and get Bucky Irving. If this was not a 10-team league and Rome Odunze was not our wide receiver 5, we'd be paying a pretty penny, and this would probably be very expensive to upgrade. Like in the Flock League, honestly, I would assume that the Barn Hampton and Rome side would win. But your format, 10-teamer, I think you can go get Bucky. Your team's too good. Reed says, I want Jacobs. I don't know if the owner will deal. Yeah, I'll definitely take Jacobs, especially after the Parsons trade if they can run the ball more. A Barkley team definitely needs a wide receiver, but I don't know if the pay up. Would you go with Chase Brown? So this is a 10-team league again. So 10-team format in general. Devonta Smith right now is in a wide receiver room with London, Lamb, Flowers, Diggs. So it's not like Smith is crucial here. So for us, I think I would trade Chuba and Devonta Smith for Josh Jacobs, Chase Brown, Bucky Irving, Jonathan Taylor, really any one of those running backs in that tier. Okay, and let's refresh this and get some more of these quick hidden questions in. And we are going to have to start streaming way more than we have been. Austin coming through. We're trading RJ Harvey, George Pickens for Chase Brown. Even if Pickens gets the bump up with the Micah Parsons trade, we're still going to go ahead. We're going to take the Chase Browns out of this. Turtle needs us to miss starting lineup. I'm going to be going with Bo Nix over Caleb early on. Running back, Hamptons, and auto start. I'm going to go Tracy over RJ Harvey for week 1. Wide receiver, London and Nico are both auto starts. Tight end, I'm going to go Kraft over Strange. And then we're going to be going with the combination of Metcalf and Travis Hunter in a full PPR format. And honestly, this is an insane team for a 14-team league. Now, Jay Jr. says Jefferson or McCaffrey at the 105 with Puka as my second round keeper. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take Jefferson even if we have Puka in round 2. I mean, starting your draft off with Jefferson Puka shouldn't be possible. Now, E-Dog coming through the trade. This is Josh Jacobs and Tet McMillan versus Chase Brown and Calvin Ridley. Post Micah Parsons trade, I think Josh Jacobs and Chase Brown are almost identical. I would much prefer Tet over Ridley. So I'm going to go with the Josh Jacobs side. But it looks like we're about to hit 400 likes on the stream. So if you have not done so already, go down there, hit that like button, and we will be giving away some more free questions in this live stream. And also, if you haven't subscribed to the channel, I mean, we are actually looking like we have a small shot to hit 300,000 subscribers this year, which I thought that was not going to be possible. I wasn't even going to ever bring it up, but it's trending like that may actually happen. So that'd be really cool. Now, Braden Nelson says, keeping Bijan, I have the 101, debating Genty, Lamb, Amon-Ra. Scared running backs stink at the 2-3 turn. Who do we go? I mean, if you're keeping Bijan, even if running backs stink at the 2-3 turn, you may be fine. I would go ahead and I would draft CeeDee Lamb there, especially after the Micah Parsons trade. I think the Dallas Cowboys are going to be forced to throw the ball a ton. I think it's a super easy call to draft Lamb. Like going Lamb and Bijan on the same team now shouldn't be possible. Okay, so it looks like we just hit that like goal. So drop your flockfantasy.com username in the chat, and we'll go ahead and we'll pick somebody at random for the free questions. But scenarios coming through the trade, this Caleb Johnson versus Jalen Waddle. I would rather go ahead. I would rather have Waddle in this. Again, Caleb going to be a backup running back at the beginning of the season. You assume that he takes over as a starter at some point, but it's probably going to be a committee all the way through. Chalk Milk says Henry and Achane over Bowers in an 18 PPR start 7. I would go with Bowers over Achane post injury. Especially in an 8-team league. 8-team league, it should be easier to come by running backs later. But let's pick somebody at random to win something here. We got scrap_dog. Let's see if I can find you on flockfantasy.com. And if I can, my friend, we will get some vouchers sent your way. Scrap_dog. Okay, gotcha. Looks like you already got the season pass, so you should have some free vouchers in your... Actually, no, never mind. Maybe you didn't. But anyway, I got your account pulled up here, and we just sent you over some free vouchers. So no matter what, you have free vouchers in your account now. Okay, next question coming out from FJH. Says, I feel like this is such an even trade. Need a second opinion. Thank you. Thank you, my friend. Hampton versus Chase Brown. Give me Chase Brown pretty easily. Trey McBride versus Harrison. Evan Ingram. Give me Trey McBride. 10-team start 8 format. if it wasn't for Najee looking like he was actually going to play, and at the same time, the offensive line downgrade for the Los Angeles Chargers, I think it'd be pretty easy to go ahead and take the Amari Hampton side of this. Because I absolutely do love Trey McBride here. But with those updates that we have in Los Angeles, I mean, Chase Brown is the best asset in this deal. I think you just honestly go ahead and take Chase Brown. Not super easy, though. Okay, now, Gail Lisa coming through. Running back, we're going to go ahead and we're going to start, I guess, Javonte week 1. Jaden Blue's banged up. Javonte projects out to be the starter. We don't know the exact split with Miles Sanders. Horrible matchup. And we will stay in the Cowboys offense. We're going to go George Pickens at wide receiver, and we're going to hope that somehow the Cowboys move the ball down the field on the Eagles defense. Now, Cathreg says, 7th pick, 8-team at PPR single flex format. Need advice on how I should pick tight end and quarterback? Do I go 2nd and 3rd? Yes, if it's an 8-team league, an elite quarterback and an elite tight end is crucial. Now, the issue is if you have pick 7, then you're in a situation in which you are going to be reaching on a quarterback or a tight end there if you're taking them in the 2nd round, because that's pick 9. So I actually think 8-team league, pick 7. It's going to be about pick 23 when you're on the clock in this 3rd round. So about pick 23 when you're on the clock in the 3rd round, that's typically where you are going to see like Josh Allen, Trey McBride, Brock Bowers, Lamar Jackson go. So I think there at the 3-4 turn, that's where you're going to try to target your elite quarterback and your elite tight end. Now, Daniel coming through with our next question. Here we're going to start Brees over Pacheco week 1. Not super confident with it, though. And then in the wide receiver slots, we have no Rashee Rice. So honestly, we're just going to be going with Jamison Williams and Isaiah Pacheco. Egbuka, I know a lot of people are very excited about the matchup and the role of no Godwin and with no McMillan. I think with the rookies, again, you can be a little bit safer and just wait until after the first week to see what their projection looks like. Okay, so here, Kenneth Walker versus Rashee Rice. Give me Kenneth Walker easily. Ricky Pearsall versus Hollywood Brown. Give me Ricky Pearsall easily. So we're going to go with the Kenneth Walker and Ricky Pearsall side. Now, Skullify says, trying to fill my flex with Chase Brown. Bijan to Genty, for sure, tier downgrade. Caleb to Chase Brown, you jump up like 3 tiers. So honestly, I think we're going to go ahead and we're going to take the Ashton Genty and Chase Brown side of this. Now, Aleph Freak coming through. This is Chase Brown, Egbuka, AJ Brown versus Trevion, Brian Thomas, and Devonta Smith. So Chase Brown to Brian Thomas, clear upgrade. Egbuka to Devonta Smith, clear upgrade. AJ Brown to Trevion Henderson, downgrade. You're getting the best player in the deal. You are giving up the 2nd and 3rd best players, but you're getting the 4th and 5th. We're going to take the Brian Thomas side of this. It is in the range of outcomes for Trevion Henderson to turn into Chase Brown. I'm not saying it's likely, but it is a possibility, and you lock in wide receiver 1 production with Brian Thomas. Now, no Instagram coming through. AJ Brown versus Tet McMillan and George Kittle. I absolutely love AJ Brown. I almost want to go through and just take AJ Brown here again. It's a 10-team league. We want to bump the elite tight ends. Right now we have Kraft at tight ends. I almost want to just take AJ Brown. I think we go AJ Brown here. 12-team format. Give me the depth of Kittle and McMillan. But honestly, the fact of the matter is I don't think there is a side that wins that deal. And the same thing with the previous deal. I think that they are really just personal preference. I don't think it's fair for me to even mark a winner. Build to the moon. This is Jacobs Flowers versus Tet McMillan in London. Jacobs London, similar value to me. Up to you. Flowers versus Tet. Give me Tet easily. So we're going to go ahead. We're going to take Tet here. Now, Bobby Snipes says 14-team ESPN regular league, pick 10. Should we draft Allen at the 204, thinking he won't fall to the 310 or others? 14-team league, it's very delicate with how we are rostering these guys. Valuing these positions next to each other. The issue that you're going to have when it comes to quarterbacks in a 14-team league will be we do not know how your league mates are going to value the quarterback position. If all your league mates roster 2 quarterbacks, even the ones that draft like Lamar, then you're going to be stuck in a situation in which the best players available to you on the waiver wire are like Daniel Jones and Aaron Rodgers. And obviously there's no world in which we are wanting to have to consider one of those guys to help us. So Allen at the 204 in a 14-team league is equivalent to the 208 in a 12-team league. I would say that if you know your league mates are going to push up quarterbacks dramatically, and it's like, hey, do I take Allen here in the 4th, or am I going to end up having to take Purdy in the 6th? Then you probably go Josh Allen in the 2nd. However, if you think you're going to see normal quarterback values through the rest of your draft, I probably would not push Allen up there in the 2nd, because you should still be able to get one of the running backs in the range of Bucky, Jacobs, Chase Brown, Jonathan Taylor, and those running backs are going to be very important in a 14-team league. Okay, Bill to the moon with another question. Here we need a flex between Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, J.K. Dobbins, and I guess Jaden Reed. I'm not playing Jaden Reed coming back from the injury. We're going to play J.K. Dobbins. I hope Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt crushes Dobbins, but I'm not going to be able to make that call week 1. Okay. E3 coming through with the trade. This is Purdy, Adams versus Daniels and Golden. Give me Daniels over Adams. Give me Golden over Purdy. So I think it's easily the Daniels Golden side, especially with the Jaden Reed injury news that we've gotten. Pac-Man coming through with the trade. This is Rome and Jaden Higgins versus Scadaboo and Igbuka. Igbuka, Rome, tomato, Scadaboo, Higgins, tomato. Honestly, this is going to be one of those personal preference type deals. In the Flock League, we recently saw Rome get traded for Igbuka, and Rome had to give up some of the fab on that side as well. So I guess you can go with Igbuka, but honestly, personal preference. We got the report today that it looks like Godwin's not going to be back until week 5. Trev coming through. This is Gibbs, Ladd, London versus Lamar, Golden, Chase. Gibbs, Chase, similar tier. Give me London over Lamar and give me Ladd easily over Matthew Golden. So very rarely do we not want to just take the side with the best player. But I think the other side possibly has the second, third, and fourth best players. So give me the Gibbs side. And Gibbs isn't that far off Chase. Now, up Texana, here at running back, week 1, I am going to play RJ Harvey over Jerome Ford. Ford actually does have a good matchup against the Bengals. Definitely watch the running back. And you have a free question here on the site, so you should have access to my week 1 rankings when we get them up. It's going to take me a little bit more time to figure out that Browns offensive projection. It's a garbage offense, but at the same time, it is a garbage defense that they play against. So maybe the Browns offense is serviceable. And then here at wide receiver, I'm going to go with Garrett Wilson very easily over Tet week 1. I think you can go with Tet long term, but you got to go with Wilson the first week. And then I'm going to have to log out, log in on the site because it is not being a friend of me. And as I do this, please, if you have not done so already, of course, go down there, hit that like button. And if you want to get free questions to send in for these live streams, if you want to get access to all the tools on flockfantasy.com, all through the year up until January 1st. We have the best deal that we've ever ran on the site. It is the most affordable way to win your fantasy football league. The 2025 season pass to flockfantasy.com is only $34. You get access to all the updated rankings, both weekly tier list, rest of season tier list. You get access to all the tools, including the My Teams page, the trade calculator, the whole 9 yards. And at the same time, when you use code FLOCK, you get free questions to send me in the live streams that we are doing every night. So make sure you take advantage of that. And you can always find the link in the description, comment section, live chat, where it says 2025 season pass. And Also, let me shoot a text to the lady to see if she can bring me in some water. Okay. And let's move this over to our next question from Louis. Here, running back, I'm assuming Achane plays week 1, so we're not playing Ollie Gordon. Jalen Warren will be an easy play for us. I have both JCM and Nick Chubb in the Flock League. If Achane doesn't play, you play Ollie Gordon. If you forced me to pick between Nick Chubb and Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, I would probably go ahead and take Nick Chubb. It's a half PPR format, so it is going to be a little tough. The Ladster out here in the chat. Poor guy. I send in a little clip to the Ladster in the Flock League Discord. Let me see. I sent you a little something here, my friend. I don't know if you saw it, but if y'all don't know, Danny is the biggest Dallas Cowboys fan that I know. And y'all can let him hear it in the chat. Danny, let me know. Maybe the Cowboys won this deal. Who knows? But BZ Young coming through for the flex spots. We're going to be starting Sutton as an auto start. You have no mix in week 1. Your team is in rough shape. Your team, honestly, this should be this is a dynasty league. Your starting lineup doesn't matter. You're a rebuilding team. You should be trying to lose every game possible. If you made me start somebody here, I guess it's Trey Harris. But the reality of the situation is, in this dynasty league, you should look to try to sell some of these veteran assets like Andrews and Sutton and play for next year. And we're 3 more likes away from hitting 500 likes in the stream. So hit that like button and we will give away some more questions for the stream. Sky coming through here for the flex. Our best option is going to be Jalen Waddle. I would honestly play Waddle over Igbuka week 1. And I think rest of season, you can make an argument for Igbuka. But week 1, I went Waddle. Now, Beef says, are we going to do 2 wide receivers at the 12 spot in a PPR double flex? Double flex, yes. What you are for sure not doing in a 12-team PPR double flex is you are not taking Bowers. You need to go ahead and make sure you hit 2 skill positions, whether that is going to be 2 quarterbacks, whether that's going to be a quarterback and a running back. Frankly, it doesn't matter. Just make sure you go ahead and you take 2 skill positional options. Okay, but it looks like we had 500 likes, so drop your flockfantasy.com username in the chat, and I'll get you set up with some free vouchers. Let me see if I can get some water. Gracias. Okay. So Sever says, backup quarterbacks are kind of slim. Would you take Darnold, Lawrence, Penix, or maybe some of the upside with Richardson? I definitely can't take Richardson at this point with him just not starting week 1. If we were looking at a backup quarterback here with the addition of Travis Hunter and also with Michael Penix losing his right tackle, I'm going to go ahead and I would take Trevor Lawrence myself. Okay. And let's move this over to our next one. This is Gilbit's trade Aaron Jones, Lad McConkey versus Achane and Rome Odunze. Lad versus Achane, give me Achane. Rome versus Aaron Jones, give me Rome. So yeah, you're winning this side pretty easily as long as Achane is healthy. But Masher with the start set. Here, running back, we're going to go ahead and we will take... I'll play RJ Harvey over JCM and Chubb. Wide receiver, we have no Rice. I'm going to go with Stephon Diggs. Diggs, Downs, and Shakir all coming off injuries. And dear God, your flex spot's going to be ugly. We're going to go with Shakir and Downs. If one of them miss, I think your next pivot would be over to Nick Chubb. Let's check the chat. Pick a random winner here. We got S. Russ Bus. Okay. S. Russ Bus. Let's see if I can find you on the site and if you use code FLOCK. S. Russ Bus. I got you. Let me pull this up. Looks like you got the season pass as well, so you should already have some free vouchers in the account, but let me just make sure you get even more, my friend. That way we got you set up for the season. But thank you again for everything, and thank you for hanging out in the live stream. But let's move this over to Sang C. This is a start-sit question. Here at wide receiver, we're going to be going with Garrett Wilson week 1. And then down in the flex, I'm not going to play RJ Harvey. We're not going to go with the rookie. Pickens is a tough matchup, so I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to take Cortland Sutton. But Pickens and Sutton are close now that you have no Parsons. Okay. Now, Sean YT says, hey, Mason, I have a 10-team Superflex redraft league coming up. I have the 106. Thinking about punting quarterback in the first 2 rounds. What do you think? If you get one of the big 4 falling to you, I think you take quarterback. If you get Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Jaden Daniels, or Jalen Hurts at the 106, I think you go with one of the QBs. Now, I think you need to stay very flexible in a 10-team Superflex league. You are going to be in a scenario in which you are able to get quarterback depth pieces for effectively free. But still, the elite onesies are going to give you a significant advantage in comparison to the rest of the field. So, like, if you were to get Daniels at the 106, I don't think in a super flex league, even if it's a 10-team league where the depth options are going to be easier to come by, I'm going to take Gibbs over him. I think you still go ahead and I think you still take quarterback, to be honest. Okay. Now, next question is going to come out from Brody is Goated. Here it's a trade where we send Gibbs, Olave, Bowers for Hampton, Neighbors, Rice, Warren. So Gibbs versus Neighbors, Gibbs, Bowers versus Hampton, Bowers. And I don't think Rice, Olave is going to bridge the gap there. So we're going to go ahead. We're going to take the Jahmyr Gibbs and Brock Bowers side of this, even with it being a little bit of a deeper format. But I still think that there's a chance they sell Myers. So I think Bowers could go up in value. Now, Bob Jeff says, I was told to get an elite quarterback, and this is what they wanted. So Kenneth Walker, let's go Drake London to Jaden Daniels, or Drake London to Kyron downgrade, Kenneth Walker to Daniels upgrade. We get Sutton as well. Okay, let's put this in the calculator. What side would y'all prefer here? Would y'all rather have Kenneth Walker and Drake London, or would you rather have Jaden Daniels, Kyron Williams, and Cortland Sutton? I'm going to assume that the calculator is going to say this is a fair deal, but let's see. So Daniels, Kyron, Sutton. Calculator has this as a fair trade. Let's see. We have, did I hit in this live stream for the love of God? Okay, I don't think I did. Oh, that scared the crap out of me. Daniels, London, Daniels, London. Daniels, London, Daniels. It looks like the majority of people are saying Daniels. So your team, your league settings, I think would be pretty nice to get that elite quarterback. And if the chat thinks it's a good value, let's go ahead and let's grab him. Now, Dustin coming through here for the flex spots. The guys that we would get in and consider, I guess, like Jacoby Myers. And there's no way in hell I'd play Myers week 1 after he requests a trade. So I think we're going to leave this lineup as is. You could consider McCarthy over Fields if you wanted. And a 6-point passing touchdown format, I'd swap that. Here from Imre, Ricky Pearsall is the best player on our bench. I'm not playing him over any of our starters, especially with the Parsons trade. I think Pickens sees a lot of passing volume in Dallas. Baby J coming through this. Breece Hall versus RJ Harvey. Breece has been falling like a rock, but RJ Harvey's not even the starter. Breece is the starting running back in a committee. RJ Harvey's the backup in a committee. Give me Breece. D-Cool, filled this in wrong. I don't know your flex options. I'm going to hit you up with another free start sit, and please follow up with what you meant to ask. J. Dollar with the trade. This Matthew Golden, George Kittle versus Ricky Pearsall, Trey McBride. Give me McBride over Kittle. Give me Pearsall, Golden, up to you. So we're definitely going to go with the better option here with Trey McBride. Now, Roy the Boy coming through for the second flex spot. I think we're going to go ahead. We can't play Rice. We can't play Godwin week 1. It's really in between Rome and Olave. For me, I'm going to take Rome. Olave doesn't have the worst matchup in the world, but I'm a little bit more excited for the Bears to take that step forward with total points scored. Now, Nary 2.0 with the start set. Didn't actually submit anything here, I believe. So let me hook you up with... Actually, no. Perfect. It just took a second to load. Here we need to figure out the flex. Joe Mixon, Tajay Spears, Judkins, none of them will be startable week 1. Jaden Reed, if he plays, is clearly the person we're going to be putting in the lineup. But honestly, if he doesn't, I think you may get... If Hollywood's healthy, I think you play Hollywood over Thielen. Because at least Hollywood's been with the team and he's been with Mahomes. Both wide receivers going to have to run routes. Thielen, you have no Addison week 1. Hollywood, you have no Rice. But it is tough. So let's move this over. And Aerosite says sold Pollard and Tank for McBride. Warren for sale now. So if we have McBride, obviously we're optimizing to get rid of Tyler Warren. And yeah, Tyler Warren to Loveland on our bench isn't going to make a difference. And while I'm the number 1 Devonta Smith fanboy, I do think that Wilson is still going to be an upgrade over him. So we'll go ahead and we will take Garrett Wilson. Bo Nix MVP selling Tet, Zach Ertz for Bowers. Yeah, Zach Ertz is effectively a 0. He's a waiver wire name. And Tet to Bowers, it's Bowers by a mile. Parker Nicely coming through HN and Lamb versus Neighbors and Puka. 10-team league. I think you go ahead and you take the best player. I think you get CeeDee Lamb. 10-team league as well. I kind of want the running back upgrade. And if we are looking at Lamb, he's that much more exciting now that you have no Micah Parsons, just because you're going to have a ridiculous amount of passing volume in Dallas. Or at least I think you should. Okay. Ace coming through with the trade. This is James Conner, Chris Godwin versus Josh Jacobs. We just got a report saying Godwin's not going to be good to go until like week 5. Jacobs, I think, is going to be in an offense that can run the ball more now. So honestly, I think we pretty easily go Josh Jacobs here. Now, Blank says, should I trade given my team's flexibility? Yeah, I mean, it's a 10-team format. Left over, we'd have Chase Brown, Devon Achane, Aaron Jones, Bijan. Wide receiver, we have JSN, Waddle, Tet. We have a couple tight ends. We can go to the waiver wire and we can pick up some exciting options because it's a 10-team league. You can pick up Eckler and Rachaad White, Eckler and Burden. So, yeah, I think you go ahead and I think you get the best player with Bijan Robinson, even if we're a little concerned given the offensive line updates. So here for Seaborn, for the running back spot, James Conner is going to be an absolute smash week 1 and a really good matchup. And then for the flex, I do not like the matchup for Pickens. I think the passing volume is going to go up in that offense now, though. I think you probably do consider Jameson here, though. And let's refresh, see if we have any more of these quick questions. And then at some point, we are going to be pivoting over to team reviews. Mike Gucci coming through with a trade. Here, this is Bucky, White, Jameson versus Stroud, Jefferson, Myers. So Bucky, Jameson versus Jefferson. Give me Jefferson. Rachaad White versus like Stroud and Myers. Who cares? So yeah, give me the best player. Give me Justin Jefferson here. It is a league where depth matters a bit more, though. Okay. So Remarkable Cole. Here for the second flex, I think you have to just jam in DeAndre Swift, especially with all the Chicago Bears injuries that you have to the secondary running backs. It just does seem like they're going to be forced to lean on DeAndre Swift a little bit more at the beginning of the season. I mean, they've been throwing DJ Moore out there to get some reps at running back. It's been so bad. Now, Phil coming through with the start sits. Says, help with the flex and wide receivers. PS, all trade suggestions for the team review you did were declined. Any other device? I'm very sorry to hear that, my friend. Wide receiver, you have Higgins and Worthy being auto starts with no Rashee Rice. And then down here, you have to start Jonathan Taylor in the flex. I'll go to Devontae Adams under the assumption that you have Matthew Stafford good to go week 1. And like maybe for us to get that upgraded quarterback, we're just going to have to wait a little bit of time and have somebody go down at running back from another team. And then all of a sudden we can get some more value out of DeAndre Swift. But let me hook you up with another free trade question just in case we end up getting any of those counters. And I'd be happy to follow up with something for you, my friend. Okay. Now, Abraham coming through. Here we have Algier in the flex. I'm sorry, running back. Down on the bench right now, we have Josh Downs and Stephon Diggs. Typically, we want to be a little bit hesitant with the rookies like Matthew Golden, but it sounds like you'll have no Jaden Reed week 1. And at the same time, Diggs is coming off a significant injury as well as Josh Downs. So I think you can play the rookies in this instance. I think you leave it as is. Sport to sport, quarterback, we're going to be taking Fields over Love. I think that the Packers try to run the ball, and at the same time, now you have no Jaden Reed potentially week 1. Here at wide receiver, I think we're going to take Devonta Smith over the rookies. And then in the flex, I'm going to take don't Waddle or Ted. Can I see the underdog pick'ems week 1? Let me see what the projections are for these guys. Underdog has Waddle, higher, lower, 57.5 receiving yards week 1. They have Tet, higher, lower, 63.5. They have Tet more likely to score the touchdown. So maybe go ahead and maybe you take Tet. Again, in general, I would like to be a little bit hesitant when it comes to the rookies the first week. But I think if we were looking at the rookies, Genty, Hampton are must-start players week 1. Tet would be who I'd be most excited to play at wide receiver. But again, typically my stance is we can wait, we can see him break out, and then we can start him the week after. But Tet has a good matchup week 1 at least. It would be really cool if the Jags actually do throw Hunter as defensive back for a bit, and we get to see Travis Hunter lined up on the other side of Tet McMillan. I doubt we're lucky enough to see that, but it would be really cool. Now, Smokey coming through, running back. We are going to be starting Achane and James Conner. Conner set up in a great matchup. Wide receiver, Pukas, the auto start. I'm going to be taking Devonta Smith, and we're going to go George Pickens. And in the flex, this sucks, but I think you may actually play Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt. Don't know what the role is going to be for Bigsby. It's not like we've seen Hollywood be relevant at any point over the past few years. So 99.999% of leagues, I'm telling people not to play Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, but here I think you can. Now, no way coming through. So here with the trade, you have Godwin, JSN, London versus Caleb, Shakir, Bowers. Give me Bowers over JSN. Loveland, Caleb, doesn't really matter. Godwin versus Shakir, give me Godwin. But I think Bowers is in a completely different tier, especially now that you have the report that Godwin's not going to be good to go until like week 5. Give me Bowers. Okay, now DHG Monsters. Wide receiver, we're going to go ahead. We're going to take Xavier Worthy over Marv week 1 with no Rice. But we'll also play Marv here down in the flex. I would definitely be more excited about playing Marv than I would be the rookie receivers week 1. Now, Ben Pink coming through. So tight end, we're going to be playing Dallas Goedert over Loveland week 1. For the wide receiver spot, we're going to be going Tet McMillan. And then in the flex, we're going to go Jalen Waddle. I know Travis Etienne's technically the starting running back for Jacksonville, but I have no idea what the workload is going to be like. Stefan says, how do I ask a question without it costing $50? I mean, you can send in like a start set question. If you got the season pass, they're free. And even if you use up all your vouchers, like the start set questions, if you have the season pass and use code FLOCK, they're like $3. So I'll hook you up with like a start set, or I don't know if you were trying to ask a trade or a start set, but I'll hook you up with a free trade question, my friend. MK99NC coming through with the trade. This is Bucky and Devonta Smith versus Nico Collins, George Kittle. Give me Nico over Bucky easily and give me Kittle over Devonta Smith easily, especially 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format. getting the elite level tight end there is absolutely massive. So go get Kittle. Now, Archie Treasure here, if we are looking at the worst player on our bench, it's going to be, I guess, Eckler. Honestly, I would start Austin Eckler over Caleb Johnson week 1. I know that maybe seems a little bit reckless, but Eckler projects out to be the number 1 running back in touches in Washington. And Caleb Johnson looks to be the 3rd running back in touches in Pittsburgh. And Washington looks to be a much better offense. So I think we go with Eckler. Now, Idris says, someone dropped Judkins in my league. Do I get him? 100% go out there and grab him. The only instance in which you won it is if it was like a 10-team league with a shallow bench and you're not able to throw a player like Judkins in your IR, which I know that's how most leagues are. But if it's like a 12-team format, go get Quinshon Judkins. Like, I wouldn't mind going out there and honestly offering Nathan something for Judkins if I could get him with like a free cost. He's worth a roster spot. BP, happy to see you, my friend. Hope that you had a good offseason and hope that you're ready for the year. Now, if y'all don't know, BP is a long-time member of the flock, but Topo coming through. We're going to play Breece Hall over DeAndre Swift week 1. We're probably going to I probably want Marv over Swift down in the flex. And again, with Breece, I think you have to lower expectations dramatically in comparison to what the expectations were last year. Keep in mind, Breece Hall went pick 6 in the flock league last season. So whenever I talk about like, oh, Breece Hall is falling down my rankings dramatically. Previously, we had him as a round 3 pick, and now I'm looking at him in late round 4. Like, he's still, in my opinion, a tier ahead of DeAndre Swift because he's still a much more talented running back. Now, HP Steve, this is Derrick Henry versus DeAndre Swift and T. Higgins. Yeah, give me Derrick Henry. This is an 8-team league. Your roster is absolutely loaded. So it's Derrick Henry here by kind of a mile. Now, Dylan says, running back depth sucks. Any moves you'd make to get a running back? I can't see your team here, my friend. You sent it a super message. If you have any trades that come across your plate, I'll be super happy to take a look at it. I'm going to hook you up with a free trade question voucher. Asaf with the start sit here for the flex. We are looking at DJ Moore as a clear better play over somebody like Deebo Samuel, where you have Terry McLaurin looking like he's good to go week 1. Now, Damian says, note that Tracy is my current running back too, which I know is bad. So Devonta Smith to Tony Pollard, kind of up to you. I have him in a similar range. I'd probably slightly prefer Devonta Smith. Tracy versus Shakir, it's Tracy kind of easily. So I understand that, going and getting Pollard would definitely give us an upgrade here in the short term. Long term, we are going to end up getting Tyrone Tracy back. I'm sorry, not Tyrone Tracy. Tajay Spears back in. So, like, I can't sit here and tell you that Tony Pollard's a locked and loaded 3-down bell cow for the entire season now that Spears is going to miss the first 4 weeks. So, yeah, I think I'd rather have the Devonta Smith side of this. Now, Bo Nix MVP. Quarterback, we're going to be going with, honestly, I was saying May previously. I'm sorry, I was saying May previously, but now no Micah Parsons, even if it's a tough matchup. Dak's just going to have so much passing volume. And then down in the flex, I think we're going to go ahead and we're going to take Tet McMillan. Okay, Soft with the start set here for the flex. I may go Jerry Jeudy over Trevion. Again, if you look at week 1, you have a phenomenal matchup for Jeudy. And at the same time, week 1, you will have Flacco. You get to see him go up against the Cincinnati Bengals. Looking at the pick'ems on Underdog. Trevion on Underdog week 1, you only have him higher, lower, 41.5 rushing yards, but I guess the receiving usage is going to be there. Higher, lower, 66.5 total yards. If this is a full PPR format, actually, this is a non-PPR, it says. Full PPR league, I think you go ahead and you take Jerry Jeudy. But if it's like a non-PPR format, you can go Trevion. There are going to be more points scored in New England. Now, Soft coming through with the start set. Obviously, we're going to get Pollard in with no Spears, even if it's a tough matchup. And yeah, we're not able to get anybody in the starting lineup. Even if Devon Achane were to miss, you still bench Ollie Gordon over the options that you have currently. Now, RG17, we need a starter out of Evan Ingram, Jake Ferguson, and Kyle Pitts. We're for sure going to go ahead. We will take Evan Ingram. I think that with Ferg, yeah, you may have to see more passing volume, but with the addition of Pickens, I think his market share numbers are going to go down in Dallas. Owen says, does the season pass get you team reviews, or is that an extra couple bucks? So the season pass gets you free vouchers for start sit trade questions, but it does not get you free vouchers to team reviews. If you wanted a free team review voucher, you would need to get the annual Mother Flocker package, which that would get you access to the website 365 days a year. And every year you'll get a free team review as well. But that would be the annual Mother Flocker. You can upgrade from the season pass to the annual Mother Flocker if you would like and pay the difference between the two. But the season pass only comes with the free start set and trades. Okay, now Baker, baby. We're going to go with Xavier Worthy over Golden, Olave, Downs. I mean, Worthy is just an absolute auto start with no Rice. Now, Admir, this is Bijan, Rashee Rice versus Hampton and Brian Thomas. So, yeah, Bijan and Rice looking like they are trending backwards with the right tackle injury in Atlanta, and then obviously the 6-game suspension for Rashee. You have the offensive line injury in Los Angeles, and you have Najee good to go as well for Hampton. Brian Thomas, pick of the 1-2 turn. Hampton, 2-3 turn. Bijan, early first. Can y'all spam the chat? What side would you prefer? Would you rather have the Bijan and Rice side, or would you rather have the Amari and Hampton and Brian Thomas side? On Felly Places, how much is the Mother Flocker sub? The annual Mother Flocker sub with code FLOCK is $97 a year. So what I personally would recommend is if you play Dynasty Fantasy Football, or if you play in a keeper league, and you're going to access the website 365 days a year, I would honestly recommend the annual Mother Flocker. However, if you just play in like an ESPN league and you're not going to be logging onto the site in February, you're not going to be logging onto the site in March and using the tools that we have, I would probably just recommend the $34 season pass. But again, it just depends on what you what you play. So we got Bijan, Brian Thomas, Bijan, Brian Thomas, Brian Thomas, Brian Thomas, It looks like the majority of people are taking the Brian Thomas side of this. Honestly, I think it's one of those deals that it is a personal preference and it's up to you. But if the majority of the chat is going to say Brian Thomas, we're going to listen to him. Now, Taniro says, in a 12-team half PPR start 7 format, I have the first pick. Who would you go with the first 3 to 4 picks? And also, we're going to take McBride or Allen at the 2-3 turn. Start 7 half PPR. If it wasn't for the right tackle injury in Atlanta, I think I would have considered Bijan Robinson. But I think now that the running back there looks a little less exciting, you're going to be going with Jamar Chase, and you're going to keep it boring there at 1. And I really would not want to get an elite quarterback. I would not want to go wide receiver at the 2-3 turn. Half PPR format. If we start with Chase, I would love to see if we can get a running back in the tier of Chase Brown, Bucky Irving, Jonathan Taylor, Josh Jacobs. If one of those running backs makes it to us at 24, that's great. If not, you could settle in the range of Kyron Williams, Amari, and Hampton, grab one of those running backs, and then look for either the elite quarterback or the elite tight end. Half PPR format, I would opt to go with Allen or Lamar over Trey McBride there. So again, I think you go Chase 1, unless you get a crazy fall like A.J. Brown at pick 24, Drake London at pick 24. I think you're going to go with at least one running back there at the 2-3 turn. And then your other pick, I would opt to go with the elite quarterback over the elite tight end, unless Brock Bowers makes it to you there. And I think we're going to go ahead and take Bowers if he does. Hopefully that was able to help. And let's refresh, see if we have any more of these quick hitting questions before we move over to team reviews. So Jonathan coming out. We need to fill in the starting lineup. Here, quarterback, I'm going to be going with Lawrence over May week 1. I think you have a good matchup against the Panthers. Down here in the flex, I will take Kenneth Walker kind of as an auto start. I think you do need to monitor the Kenneth Walker injury, but it looks like he is trending towards being good to go week 1. Now, big man Beto coming through. We got right now the worst option in our starting lineup possibly being Chris Olave. If you wanted to go with Olave over Rome, I'm not going to fault you for it. For me, with the offensive environments, I personally would be more excited for Rome Odunze. However, if I pull up the underdog projections, you do have Rome higher, lower 49.5 receiving yards. And in comparison to Olave, you have Olave at actually higher, lower 46.5. Dear God. So I've been telling people to start Rome over him. Again, I'm just more excited about the offense. I think you're more likely to see a touchdown in Chicago as well than you would be in New Orleans. So yeah, it's close. But I think I would actually, you know what? I would go Olave over Ridley. Ridley, you have to play the Broncos week 1. I think most weeks Ridley's going to be in your starting lineup here, but week 1 specifically is just going to be too tough of a matchup. Now, Toby says 12-team PPR, 6-point passing touchdown, tight end premium, double flex. We need some help at quarterback, tight end. My friend, I can't see your lineup unless you send in a roster review. I will hook you up with a free trade question just in case you want to. If you have a trade that comes across your plate, I'd be happy to take a look at it. April says, drop a like. We need 2 more. Hit that like button. If we get 2 more likes on the stream, we will do another giveaway to give away free start set questions and trade questions. And also subscribe to the channel as well, because you are going to need to be subscribed to be eligible for the free questions. Now, B-Tomp coming through. Wide receiver, we are going to take Hunter over Diggs week 1. I think both players maybe start a little bit slow, but you have reason to be concerned with both. I'm going to go Trevion over Diggs as well. And I'm going to take Tyler Warren over Ferg. So even though we want to typically start a little slow with the rookies, I think in your instance, you just jam all 3 in. Now, E.V. Freeman here for the second flex spot. We're going to be looking at Henderson versus like Flowers, Olave. I think you can go Henderson in the good matchup. Actually, Flowers, you play Buffalo. Let me pull up the projection that you have for the underdog pick'ems with Flowers. Flowers, higher, lower, 54.5 receiving yards. It's still a full PPR format. Full PPR, let's go Flowers. Half PPR, non-PPR, I think you can go ahead and take Henderson. But it looks like we had 600 likes on the stream. So drop your flockfantasy.com username in the chat, and we will give away some free questions. Nose Ring Steve coming through. We're going to play Bo Nix over CJ Stroud pretty easily. And then here for that second flex, I'm going to go with Cortland Sutton. I think it's easy to play Sutton over Hunter Igbuka and Tet McMillan early in the season when we don't know exactly how the projections are going to play out for the rookies. Now, Scar7 says, unsure of Golden to start the season. I feel like I fleeced my league this year. What are you feeling overall? Yeah, with Matthew Golden week 1, though, if Jaden Reed's out, I think you can get him in. I would definitely play Travis Hunter over him. Actually, no. You could go Pacheco over Hunter. Let me pull up the projections that we have with Isaiah Pacheco week 1. Overall, yeah, you have a phenomenal team. I mean, since we have so many rookies, maybe it's going to take a little bit of time to get going. It's going to be a half PPR format here, so the wide receiver is not going to be as easy as a player to just jam in. Half PPR format, I actually think we just play Isaiah Pacheco in the flex. We're going to jam in both running backs, especially with the team as good as yours. I think you just kind of need high floor. But let's pick somebody in the chat to give away those free questions too. We got Big Maze as the winner here. Hopefully you have an account on the site, and hopefully I can find you if you use code FLOCK. Big Maze. Okay, found you. This is free accounts. But thank you, my friend, for hanging out with us in the live stream. I'll get you set up with some free vouchers. And if anybody else wants the free questions, make sure to just go down there and hit the like button. When we hit our next 100 like goal, we will give away some additional free ones. But let me refresh, see if we have any more of the simple questions in, and then we'll pivot over to the roster reviews. We got E-Piss coming through. This is a running back question. You definitely start RJ Harvey with no Tajay Spears week 1, no Mixon week 1. Jaden Blue's banged up. Dylan Sampson, a day 3 rookie. There's no way in hell I'm starting him week 1. So yeah, I think you get in RJ Harvey. And then here for the flex, God dang, your team's in a brutal spot. If Myers plays, I think we play Myers. If he misses and Juwan Jennings plays, I think you play Jennings. And last resort, you go Luther Burden. But I really don't want to tell anybody to play Jacoby Myers week 1, but I think you may have to. Now, Gypsy says, start sit at my flex, Ridley Golden or Waddle. Ridley is a brutal matchup this week specifically, so I think I would actually go with Waddle over Ridley. Most weeks, though, I think you're going to be going with Ridley. It's just the Titans projected to be the lowest scoring team in the league this week. Now, Don Foz coming through. This is Dak, Tet, London versus Daniels, Golden, Evans. Give me London over Evans. Give me Tet over Golden. Daniels over Dak. London's the best player in the deal. Evans is the second best. Daniels is the third best. Tet's the fourth. Golden's the fifth. And Dak's the sixth. It's an 8-team league. Actually, the team's not linked. I can't guarantee that this is this league settings are correct here. And I can't see the rest of your team. I'm not going to pick a winning side, to be honest with you. I think that this is a completely fair deal, and I think it's going to be just simply up to you. I wish I could come out here and say something super simple like, oh, let's take Jaden Daniels, 8-team league, give me the elite quarterback, but I can't even confirm that it's an 8-team league. Okay. So Toby coming out with the super message says, I don't have a roster, need help drafting quarterback and tight end. Well, Toby, please just let me know in the live chat right now. What are you trying to ask? I'll be looking at the YouTube live chat. And let's refresh this, see if we have any more simple questions before we get over to the team reviews. Bear Down is looking at London and Javonte versus Achane and Mooney. I'd rather have Javonte over Mooney. London versus Achane is going to be tomato. It's going to be up to what you think with the Achane injury. If you think that Achane's good to go, you take the Devon Achane side. Because we know that the right tackle in Atlanta is injured. We know that you're going to be in a spot where we should expect lower passing volume overall because of that. You have Michael Penix as a left-handed quarterback. But if you're worried about the Achane calf, then it's the Drake London side. But it's a fair deal regardless. Now, Trap Squad coming through with the trade. Did not put who they're actually trading in this, though. So I'm going to hook you up with another free trade so you can resend it in correctly. Foo says, how much did you spend this year so far on Underdog? More than I've ever spent. I spent more money drafting Underdog teams this year than I did last year or the year prior. I drafted a lot of big dog teams this year. Verdi coming out. This is Tracy, Tyreek versus Neighbors and Metcalf. Oh, this is Neighbors easily. Like, give me Neighbors over Tyreek and give me Metcalf over Tracy. Yeah, this is even remotely close. Okay. Let's refresh, see if we have anything else. We got Jay Chaparro here for the flex. HN looks like he's going to go week 1. Actually, you already have him in, so we just spam players in this. So HN's actually not really an option. It's going to be more like Ricky Pearsall, Matthew Golden. And that's really it, who we're choosing with. I'm going to go Ricky Pearsall over Matthew Golden. I mean, yeah, both Jaden Reed and Juwan Jennings banged up, but at least Pearsall, you're going into the second season. Okay. And I've been looking at the chat trying to figure out who is meaning to ask us that tight end quarterback question. Dylan says, fleeced Jamar last year in a 2-player keeper league, and we need some running back. So this is a keeper league, not a dynasty league. So they ignore the rankings that are getting pulled in. Redraft league, I'd rather have Worthy over Kamara, but ultimately, like, how far are they truly? How down bad are we really at running back? Running back, we have CMC, Aaron Jones, Braylon Allen, Trey Benson, Caleb Johnson, Jordan Mason. Wide receiver, we have Chase Jefferson. It's a start 8 league. Who could we pick up off the waiver wire? Like Rashad White, Shaheed. You get Loveland off waivers. So if you can get Loveland off the waiver wire, then sure. I'd rather have Kamara and Loveland versus Aaron Jones and Xavier Worthy. It's not super easy, though. You know I love me some Worthy. Now, Jay Turner, this is a Dynasty trade where we're sending Michael Penix in a second versus Derrick Henry. If this is really a Superflex Dynasty league, if this is a Superflex league, you want Michael Penix here. For sure. Even if you're contending. Especially if it's a 14-team Superflex league. It is extremely difficult to find those quarterbacks in a 14-teamer. Now, Eid to Bell says, pick 7, 12-team non-PPR. What's the first 3-round strategy? Non-PPR, you want a running back in the first round. The only wide receiver I would take at pick 7 is Jamar Chase. Maybe CeeDee Lamb now with the updated trade. If we are looking at, let me think. What running backs would I take over Lamb in a non-PPR format? Bijan Gibbs, Barkley, CMC, Genty, Henry, Achane. I may take all of those running backs over Chase as well in a non-PPR league. So I think you go running back for sure, round 1. Round 2, if you can get one of Jonathan Taylor, Bucky Irving, Chase Brown, Josh Jacobs, even if they're all gone, I'd still look at like Kyron Williams, Amari Hampton. Non-PPR, you go running back, and if you can get an elite quarterback in round 3, we would love it. Okay. But yeah, just go and get those running backs in a non-PPR format. The scoring is just going to be so damn different. Lion says, what could I add to this to get it over the hump? So we're trading a first, 2 seconds, and Lawrence for Lamar Jackson. Yeah, the price tag on Lamar is just going to naturally be higher, of course. I'm assuming that we are contending and the other team's rebuilding, which is why they would consider a deal like this. I don't think this gets it done, but I would just start throwing them in these younger assets that maybe they can be excited about in the long term. Like I would toss them in Isaac Tesla. You don't really have any of those younger assets. I would toss them in every 3rd and 4th that we have. But in terms of like rebuilding pieces, I guess you could give him Jameson. But the structure of the deal would be one in which you're kind of wanting to, if their only way that they would make this deal is if they're looking to just straight up rebuild. So maybe we take Tyreek off their hands, then we give them a young wide receiver that they're excited to build around, like Xavier Worthy. This is a Dynasty Superflex league for everybody. So, again, I think the only way that they would justify sending Lamar for Lawrence and some, like, kind of, I don't want to say crappy picks, but not the best picks, would be as if you also add them in like a young wide receiver that's going to be really exciting 12 months from now, and you get back one of their older guys that you're really just looking at production from this season. Now, SBG coming through. For the flex spot, you have no Mixon week 1. It's a full PPR format, so I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take Ted McMillan here over like Dobbins, even if Dobbins is the starter in a good matchup. So I don't know what the reception total is going to look like for Dobbins. Now, Verdi coming through. This is a trade that we looked at previously, or maybe this is revised just a bit. But yeah, give me Neighbors over Tyreek, give me Metcalf over Rome, and Tracy's not going to bridge the gap. So we're going to go with Neighbors pretty easily here. And let me see if we have any more simple questions before we get over to the team reviews. Ebe says, really, even if a Brian Thomas Jr. falls to us in round 2? Yes. Even if Brian Thomas Jr. falls to you in round 2 in a non-PPR format, I would rank Josh Jacobs over him. I'd rank Chase Brown over him. I'd rank Jonathan Taylor over him. I'd rank Bucky Irving over him. Non-PPR league versus full PPR format, the scoring is just going to be dramatically different with the players at the very top. So I would, go ahead and slam your running back in round 2 kind of regardless. Toby says 12-team full PPR sleeper league, 1.5 tight end premium, 6-point passing touchdown, double flexing, double drafting quarterback and tight end with those settings. 6-point passing touchdown format, you're going to be sliding up the elite quarterbacks just a bit more. You're going to be sliding up the quarterbacks with passing volume a bit more like Joe Burrow, Baker Mayfield, and you're going to be scaling back your value on the quarterbacks that just provide the rushing touchdowns and have no shot to be top 10 in the NFL in passing volume like Jalen Hurts. Then with the tight ends, Bowers moves up to being a mid-round 1 pick. Trey McBride moves up to being a pick that goes at the 1-2 turn. George Kittle moves up to being a second rounder. And I mean, I don't think we have much else to say, to be honest. Okay, let's refresh and see if we have the ability to pivot over to team reviews now, or if we have any more simple ones. We got one more simple one. Smoke says, I have both Chases and Burrow. Should I trade one? Nope. You're already all in on the Cincinnati Bengals offense. If you personally don't like the Bengals, then sure, you can go ahead and you can make a flip. But you made one consolidated bet that if the Bengals offense exceeds expectations, then all of a sudden you have the ability to win your league. So the team that won millions of dollars on Underdog last year, all they did effectively was draft all the Bengals. And you just did that in a redraft league. So if you don't like the Bengals, then yeah, obviously trade one. But if you think the Bengals can be a top 5 offense, you run with it. A slump with the start set. Here, wide receiver, go ahead, play Xavier Worthy, auto start with no Rashee Rice. And then I'm going to definitely play another receiver in the flex over any of these running backs. We'll go Sutton. I think long-term, you possibly pivot over to one of the rookies, but Sutton's a good enough wide receiver and a good enough matchup that you do not need to play a rookie that we haven't seen before over just the alpha. Okay. And let's move over and let's get to some of the team reviews. And then we can move back over to simple questions. But these team reviews, a lot of them, you'll see that they are free. And the way that people got them for free was they either just got the annual Mother Flocker membership immediately, or they upgraded from the upgraded from the season pass to the annual Mother Flocker membership. But Rocky V says, took a couple of risks in this draft, went with Lamar over Bucky at the 302 and Hunter over Sutton at the 502. What are your thoughts? I think we looked at this team previously, so this is going to be our second time looking at it. I guess I'd beef up the wide receiver room, but anybody in particular would be helping to move off of early for the upgrade. Thanks for your advice. Thank you, my friend. And I guess I'm an idiot and did not mark this as complete. And we looked at it at the very end of last live stream. So you probably haven't seen us look at this. So we're going to do it again because I definitely want to make sure you don't miss it. But we already are very familiar with your team. We are the third team in the league analyzer here. It is a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex, half PPR format. So it is a really good thing that we are sitting here and we have the elite quarterback with Lamar Jackson. I mean, yes, you have Justin Fields out there on the waiver wire. I think Fields does deserve a roster spot. But for us personally, we do not need to spaz and we do not need to pick up Fields because we are sitting pretty with what we currently have. Now, going over to running back, we have the elite RBs with a combination of Bijan Robinson and Chase Brown. And on top of that, we have Jordan Mason, Ramondre, Byshell Tootin, Jerome Ford, Ollie Gordon as running backs that are really strong depth plays that honestly, I mean, we can just kind of sit here and we can kind of have on our bench. And if the starter were to go down in front of them, then all of a sudden they would be exciting names to get in our lineup. Going over to receiver, wide receiver is not the best. Now, the thing that we talked about in the live stream yesterday is that because it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format, depth is not going to matter nearly as much. And at the same time, neither will the top end production. If we have the elite quarterbacks, the elite tight end, the elite running backs, and a serviceable tight end. So while I agree, I do not love our wide receiver room, it is just fine considering the format and considering the situation that we are in. I would assume that one of Pickens, Hunter, Igbuka, Rome, Downs, possibly 2 or 3 of them honestly bust this year, and one of these players turns into a true wide receiver 1. Will I be able to tell you which one of those guys it's going to be? No, I can give you my best guess. But the fact that you have 5 of them on your roster really does insulate us, where even if we have some of these players turn into just total zeros, like especially with the Micah Parsons trade, there's going to be a lot of passing volume in Dallas. Dak Prescott's going to be playing from behind a ton. So your wide receiver room's completely fine. It's in the range of outcomes for for Travis Hunter to also turn into rookie season Jamar Chase, to turn into rookie season Justin Jefferson, to turn into rookie season Odell Beckham Jr. I mean, this is an elite wide receiver prospect that went inside the top 3 picks of the NFL draft. So across the board, I think you absolutely crushed your draft. I think that there's nothing to stress about in your format in particular. And honestly, the only thing that I would consider is if Achane truly is good to go. Even though we have the elite quarterback, I think just Fields gives us so much upside that I wouldn't mind dropping Ollie Gordon for Justin Fields. And if Fields hits in a big time way with the rushing upside, then trying to sell Justin Fields to a quarterback needy team at the beginning of the year. But you have a great team. There's not much to stress with. If you could swap Bijan to Barkley or Gibbs at this point with the offensive line struggles in Atlanta, I probably would. But I think you have a really good team. And yeah, essentially that's what we said as well yesterday. It's like, I think you already did a great job optimizing for your format. Now let's move this over for McCullum. Says, just wrapped up a redraft with my high school buddies. What are your thoughts on the team? Any trade targets I should think about? And what about the waiver wire? Anyone I should pick up? Okay, so this is the number 1 team in the league analyzer. This is a Dynasty league. So I'm going to actually, McCollum, are you in this live chat right now? Let me know if you are. I'm going to skip by that and maybe save it for the Dynasty stream, because it does look like it maybe is a Dynasty team with me with how deep it is. And that's what the system's pulling in. But you said it was a redraft. Let's pull this up. Skitty says, I got offered Walker and Golden for Pacheco, Devonta Smith, and Roshan. Roshan's literally not even worth the roster spot at this point. Roshan's a 0. What else to improve my team? Pacheco, let's go Devonta Smith versus Kenneth Walker. Probably give me Kenneth Walker. Pacheco versus Matthew Golden. Maybe give me Pacheco, but it's close. But I think you can take Kenneth Walker and Matthew Golden there. You have the number 1 team in the league analyzer by a decent little margin. And real quick, we're about to hit 700 likes on the stream, so go down there, hit that like button, and we'll give away some more free vouchers for start set questions and trade questions. But here, this is a team in which we have Lamar, Jordan Love at quarterback. So Lamar, we're going to be able to start every single week, regardless of the matchup. I mean, here, I don't think we need to roster a second quarterback, but the fact of the matter is these are such deep rosters where we are currently sitting with 7 running backs, 7 receivers, 2 tight ends, 2 quarterbacks, that I'm completely fine with us rostering the second one, right? We go ahead and we look at what we have with some of these other quarterbacks. We have like Michael Penix, Tua, Matthew Stafford, Geno Smith in at QB. So I think that we are completely fine to roster both of these players. Going over to running back, we just made that trade for Kenneth Walker, so now we have the 5th best running back room in this league. We have Bucky, Kenneth Walker, Isaiah Pacheco, Tank Bigsby, Byshell Tootin, Dylan Sampson, DJ Giddens. So this is a team where we're really hoping that we end up seeing a trade where we get Travis Etienne out of Jacksonville, and that potentially bumps up both Tank Bigsby and Byshell Tootin. But the fact of the matter is we're kind of fine at running back. We like being built around the depth the way that we are, since it's going to be a start 8 format. Then going over to wide receiver, we have Lamb, Devonta Smith, Matthew Golden, Jaden Reed, Keon Coleman, Brandon Ayuk, Jalen Coker. So I don't love what we have in the short term at wide receiver, because we have Golden as a rookie, Reed banged up, Brandon Ayuk injured. So the short term depth at wide receiver is going to be a little bit shaky. If we're projecting out the starting lineup week 1 for this team, we have Lamar at quarterback, Bucky, Kenneth Walker at running back, Lamb, Devonta Smith at receiver, Laporta at tight end. We need 2 flex spots. We're probably going to be going with Pacheco, Matthew Golden. Honestly, 12-team format, completely fine. Week 1 starting lineup is going to get better as the injured guys get back. The main thing that I would say is I expect that we get a big rookie season from Tyler Warren, given the usage that he had in the preseason combined with his prospect profile. I don't want to be doing this right this second, because I don't think you need to make the move, and I think we can afford to just bank on Tyler Warren on the bench and wait for the breakout. But once we do see that Tyler Warren breakout, I wouldn't fault you at all if you wanted to go through and if you wanted to try to sell Sam Laporta and a wide receiver like Jaden Reed to go get an improvement in the flex spot. Or maybe if you wanted to try to sell Sam Laporta and Isaiah Pacheco to go try to get an improvement at running back once we hopefully have Tyler Warren turning into that top 5 tight end. But you have a phenomenal team, the number 1 team in the league analyzer, and at the same time, the absolute worst position we have in its grade is going to be running back, where we have the 5th best running back room in the league. So we're top 5 in the league across every position. CeeDee Lamb just got better with a Micah Parsons trade. So I think you sit on your hands. We wait till some of the rookies break out. We wait until Jaden Reed, Brandon Ayuk are healthy. And then at that point, once you have the Tyler Warren breakout, we look to sell Sam Laporta and a 2-for-1 deal to get an upgrade elsewhere. But phenomenal team, to be honest. Okay. Fayez, your team's most likely updated, but yes, whenever, let me know what your name is and we can read you in the chat. But also, we just hit that like mark. So please go down to the live chat, drop your flockfantasy.com username, and we can go ahead and pick one of y'all to give away some free questions to. But let's move this over to our next question. Coming out from Victor. I like the team name. You underestimate my Bowers. We are currently 2nd in the league analyzer. Team at 1's pretty damn strong. It's a 10-team start 8 format. Here, the first thing that I'm going to notice is we have Brock Bowers, but we're also rostering Kyle Pitts. A big advantage that you get with Bowers is that we're going to be starting him every week, regardless of the matchup. So you can afford to go out there and drop Kyle Pitts and pick up a different name off the waiver wire. There are a couple interesting players if you wanted to go get like the potential starting running back in Cleveland with Dylan Sampson. If you wanted to shoot for the ceiling with the wide receiver, you could go Luther Burden. Or honestly, it's not like Kyler Murray is guaranteed to be an absolute hammer at quarterback. So for me, I would drop Kyle Pitts and I'd pick up JJ McCarthy if our quarterback was Kyler and our tight end was Bowers. But real quick, let's pick somebody in the chat to give some free questions. So we got Shamil with the free question here. Let me go ahead and pull this up on the site. Hopefully you have an account on flockfantasy.com and hopefully you use code FLOCK so I can find you on my users. Okay, I got you. You are right here. And you actually have already gotten the season pass. So you should already have some free vouchers in your account. But let me go ahead and let me make sure I can hook you up with some more, my friend. But thank you for hanging out with us in the stream. Okay, so beyond dropping Pitts for McCarthy, looking at other potential moves that we can make. It's a 10-team format. So again, I would like to maybe sacrifice some depth for upgrades inside the starting lineup. But the difficulty that we're going to have with doing so is look at the structure of our team. Amari Hampton is a rookie. JCM is a rookie. We have Travis Hunter as a rookie. We have Rashee Rice actually suspended at the beginning of the season. We have Brian Thomas as a year 2 player. Marvin Harrison as a year 2 player. Ricky Pearsall as a year 2 player. So we have so many of these names, and Brock Bowers as a year 2 player. So we have so many of these names that are maybe going to start a little bit slower, but should progress as the season goes on, given their age. And if that is the case, I don't necessarily think that we need to go out there and we need to be making too many dramatic moves right this second. I think you're in a situation in which you can afford to wait until Rashee Rice comes back from a suspension. You can afford to wait until Travis Hunter breaks out. And once we begin to see some of those additional wide receiver pieces hit our team, then at that point, we can actually look to make a trade. Because right now, our starting lineup week 1 is going to be McCaffrey, Hampton at running back, Brian Thomas, Marvin Harrison at wide receiver. And then for the flex, we have Tony Pollard. And then we're choosing between Travis Hunter, Ricky Pearsall. I mean, that's not necessarily a position where we have so much depth that no matter what, we are going to be good, right? I mean, it is a spot where you need to be at least a little bit hesitant in going out there and selling all these wide receiver pieces. So for what I would do with this team is I would personally sit on our hands. I would wait for a couple weeks end of the year. And if we get Travis Hunter breaking out where it looks like he can be a must-start player every single week, then at that point, I would think that we should be looking to trade one of our depth receivers, such as Ricky Pearsall and Kyler Murray, or maybe we even sell like Marvin Harrison and Kyler and try to go get the elite level quarterback in a 10-team league. But what that's going to require is it's going to require like a Travis Hunter breakout or Rashee Rice to come back from the suspension, because right now it's just going to be a little bit too thin if we try to make a move like that. So yeah, this is a great team. I don't think you need to be making too many moves right now. I think you just need to be sitting on your hands, letting some of the rookies just break out, and also getting Rashee Rice back from the suspension. But congrats on having a great team. Now, Drink a Beer coming through with our next question. I think this is Fayez's team. So let me know in the chat if there's anything that you want me to talk about. But it says, I'm thinking I need a running back, especially in the early weeks. So this is Neighborhood Spidey. We are currently in the 5th spot in the league analyzer. It is going to be a 12-team, 2 wide receiver, single flex format where I would like to have the elite quarterback. I would like to have the elite tight end if we could. Now, the struggle that we are going to have with our team is, yes, we are dealing with a lot of these injuries. Faya says the trade updated. Yeah, every time I pull up one of your teams on the site, you'll see that flockfantasy.com automatically updates everything. So if you submit a trade and then make a trade if you submit a roster and you make a trade 5 minutes after, it will be updated on my page where I'll be able to see it for you. But anyway, we have a lot of injuries with this squad, right? I mean, we are dealing with Devon Achane, who right now is supposed to be good to go week 1, but we can't be 100% certain. We have Joe Mixon on the IR. We have Chris Godwin missing the first 5 weeks. We have Diggs coming back from the torn ACL. So overall, I understand maybe being a little bit concerned with the depth of this team, but what I would say personally is this going to be a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format where I think we just need to be optimizing for the best players at the very top. And I think you've done a great job with that, right? Because we can sit here and at running back, we have Achane, Amari Hampton, RB1, RB2. We have George Kittle at tight end. Wide receiver, we have Neighbors. And then the difficult part of this is we have 1, 2, 3, 4 wide receivers with Ridley, Rome, Diggs, Matthew Golden, that early in the season, it's going to be very difficult to put at wide receiver 2 in the flex spot. Now, similar to some of these other teams that we've talked about, you just got to be a little bit patient and make moves here. I mean, your team naturally is going to just get better as Chris Godwin comes back from his injury, as hopefully Joe Mixon comes back from his injury, as Stephon Diggs ramps up, as Matthew Golden takes steps forward in his rookie season. So I think you're in another situation where trades maybe don't make a ton of sense for you right this second, the way that they could halfway through the year. Because halfway through the year, if we have a Matthew Golden breakout and Chris Godwin's coming back, then at that point, I'm going to be doing everything that I can to potentially try to sell Calvin Ridley and Caleb Williams to get the best quarterback in return. But for the time being, what I would say is I would probably try to pick up another quarterback off the waiver wire to play the matchups with Caleb Williams. Like, I do have Caleb ranked over Jared Goff myself, but the fact of the matter is they're not going to be that far apart. Kyle Monangai is banged up, and at the same time, we can't necessarily say that he would be guaranteed to be the starting running back if DeAndre Swift were to get injured. So what I would look to do is I would probably drop Kyle Monangai. I would pick up Jared Goff. I have Ford ranked over Ollie Gordon, but if you're worried about Achane potentially missing any time, I understand you rostering Gordon, so I don't think you have to make a swap there. Wide receiver, Luther Burden's pretty damn good to be on your waiver wire, but at the end of the day, I don't think you're dropping any of the receivers that you have for him. So I think the only thing that you're doing with your team right now is you're dropping Kyle Monangai, you're picking up Jared Goff, and you're playing the matchups. Let me hook you up with some free questions to see if you have any follow-ups with this on the site. And also, I know you're in the live chat right now, so please, if you have any questions in the chat that you want me to address, I'd be super happy to answer them for you right this second. And let's see. And as I wait for Fayez, I do want to remind y'all that definitely the cheapest way to get your questions answered, or the most valuable way to get your questions answered, is just getting the season pass. If you get the season pass, you'll be getting access to everything on flockfantasy.com until January 1st. And on top of that, you will be getting all the updated rankings, all the updated draft sheets, all the updated weekly and rest of season rankings and tiers. It's only $34, not even a subscription, one-time payment. Use code FLOCK if you want to get those free vouchers for me to answer questions for you in the live stream. But Fayez says, I have an offer for Stevenson and Godwin for Joe Burrow. So looking at your team, based off the wide receiver depth that you have, that Godwin's our wide receiver 6, I would take this deal. Typically, if I'm trading for a quarterback, I don't want to go out there and trade for anybody that's not in the tier of Daniels, Allen, Hurts, Lamar, because it's going to be typically very expensive to do so. But this seems like a very fair price point for Joe Burrow if the deal is just Stevenson and Godwin for him. So yeah, I would go ahead and honestly, I would make that deal. I would get Joe Burrow, and with the open roster spot that we would have, I would still cut Kyle Monangai, and in that case, you wouldn't pick up Jared Goff. You would pick up Jerome Ford, and then you should have another open roster spot for making that 2-for-1 trade, which I'd pick up Luther Burden to be our new wide receiver 6. But I really hope I was able to help you out, my friend, and I really do appreciate you. I think you have a great team. Now, Stereo says, keep 3-player keeper league, kept Bijan, Lamb, and Brian Thomas Jr. from last year. So the second you hear that is the second you know this is going to be the number 1 team in the league analyzer. And that is 100% the case. We are the number 1 team, and it's not even really close. It's going to be a league where depth is going to be pretty important. It's a 12-team start 8 format. So if it's a 12-team start 8 format, typically I am wanting to build our skill positions out, such as running back and wide receiver, and I'm going to be less concerned about what we have when it comes to quarterback and tight end. And here, that's kind of exactly what we've done. Now, I maybe am a little bit concerned with Love now that you add Micah Parsons. I think that there's a really good shot that this is just an offense that looks to, frankly, just run the ball and play good defense the same way that they did last year. So from a real life perspective, that can be great. But from a fantasy football perspective, maybe that's not the best. So I would like to have another quarterback here. Like looking at the waiver wire, there's Tua, but if we were to cut somebody, I guess like Tyler Algier would be our cut. And it's not like a super easy cut, especially if you have Bijan Robinson. Running back, we are sitting with the combo of Bijan, Hampton, Pacheco, Tracy. So phenomenal running back room, right? We rank number 1 in our league at running back value. Wide receiver, we somehow also rank number 1 in. This would be effectively impossible if you did not play in a keeper league. Like if you had to actually draft these guys to rank number 1 in redraft in both running back and receiver, you can't do it. Like people here are claiming that this is a 4-team league. No, this is a 12-team league. Keep in mind, he kept Bijan, Lamb, and Brian Thomas Jr. So he just got to keep 3 first-round picks. So I would say that I agree. I think in your format, this is typically the spot where we have to sacrifice quarterback and tight end production to build out the skill positional top end value and the depth. However, you are by far and away the best team in the league. You have both the number 1 and number 1 room at wide receiver and running back. So you specifically can afford to go get a better quarterback. You specifically can afford to go get a better tight end. I'm going to go offer Amari Hampton and Jordan Love for Lamar Jackson. I'm going to offer Amari Hampton and Jordan Love for Josh Allen. I'm going to go offer Drake London and Jake Ferguson for Brock Bowers. If the Josh Allen Lamar deals get rejected, if the Bowers deal gets rejected, I'm going to offer Amari Hampton and Jake Ferguson for Trey McBride. Like, this is an incredible team. There's not much that I can discuss here. Waiver wire moves aren't going to be too relevant for you outside of potentially just streaming quarterbacks, streaming tight ends. Your running backs and receivers are too good to make any like easy cuts. I personally would prefer having Byshell Tootin over Tyler Algier. But the fact of the matter is, like, if you have Bijan Robinson and you are loaded to this extent, I'm not going to fault you at all if you just wanted to hold on to Algier. So you have an incredible team. If you sat on your hands right now, you'd probably win the league. But I think you can really afford to go out there and trade away one of your skill positional guys and get an elite quarterback, get an elite tight end. Because right now, as things stand, you have like Pacheco and Tyrone Tracy on your bench and Josh Downs on your bench too. And hey, everybody in the chat spazzing with how good your team is. Okay, let's move this over. Michael coming through with the next team review says, hey, Mason, just wondering what I can do to take my team to the next level or if I should look out in the future. Thanks, man. Love the vids. Really appreciate you, my friend. This is another team that's number 1 in the league analyzer. So it's going to be a little difficult for us to come up with too many moves, to just be completely honest. This is a 2 wide receiver, single flex format where running back, we are 8th in the analyzer. Wide receiver, we're 1st. Tight end, we're 8th. Quarterback, we are 2nd. So it is a league where maybe we have some question marks, and a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex. I think I would prefer to to get a better running back room than what we have currently. Quarterback, we don't need a roster Brock Purdy if we are sitting with Jalen Hurts. But if we were looking at cutting Brock Purdy, the best options on the waiver wire would be like Rachaad White, I guess. So honestly, I think that you can afford Purdy in a deeper league like this where the waiver wire options aren't going to be the best. But I would like to trade a wide receiver and get an improvement at running back. Like to have Javonte, Cam Scadaboo as our as our third and fourth running backs behind two rookies. It's completely fine for a lot of teams in a lot of leagues. The issue with it here is you're the number one team in the league analyzer and you have the most value on your roster. So very similar to the last team that we saw. It's like when you are this strong, you almost have no excuse to not go out there and just do whatever you can to upgrade. Now, the issue with upgrading specifically right this second is this is going to be a much better long-term team than it is going to be at the beginning of the year. Because we go ahead and we look at this. We are built around rookies with Hampton, Henderson, Scadaboo, Egbuka, Tyler Warren. 5 of our relevant names are currently rookies, and obviously we're not going to want to rely on absolutely all of them at the very beginning of the season. We can rely on some of them because they are amazing. But we have the 5 rookies, and we also have Jordan Addison. So even if I want to go through and in a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format like this, I want to make an upgrade where we get a better running back by selling some wide receiver depth. You just simply can't until we get Jordan Addison back. So I'm not going to do anything with your team until hopefully week 3, week 4, when we're getting Addison back in. And all of a sudden, we're just going to have that additional wide receiver depth piece where it's not going to be as concerning for us. And then hopefully at that point, we've established that we could start Egbuka as well. And then maybe we go ahead and we try to send Jalen Waddle and a running back and get the best RB we can. Maybe we try to send Jalen Waddle and Cam Scadaboo and we go get DeAndre Swift. But again, I don't think we want to be making that move right this second until we get Jordan Addison back in a rookie breakout. Or honestly, if we end up in a spot where it's like, oh, Mason, actually, we thought in week 3 or week 4 we are going to need a running back, but now I'm actually third in the league analyzer at running back because Hampton and Henderson smashed right out the gate and they are immediately RB1s. Or maybe Javonte Williams does turn out to actually be a good running back for the Dallas Cowboys and I have that additional depth piece. Then maybe at that point you could turn around and try to sell the depth wide receiver with Tyler Warren to get a true elite level tight ends. But I think you're just going to kind of be waiting for Jordan Addison. But I think that's all I have for you. I really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this. And again, I think you have a great team. You're number one team in the league analyzer. I just think you can afford to upgrade running back, but we just kind of want to wait until we get Addison back in so we have that additional wide receiver depth. But I appreciate you, and I hope I was able to help. Now let's move this over for Colin for backup. What I'm actually going to do here is I am actually going to pivot over and answer some of the quick questions that we have, and then we'll get back to the team reviews after we answer the quick start, set, trade, super chats that maybe have been waiting. So we only have 4 of these to answer real quick. We've got Sammy 13 with the start set. We need 2 flex spots. Here, I think Sutton, actually, I'm sorry, Worthy's going to be an auto start. And I'm going to go to Vontae Adams as well. It's a full PBR format, so I don't think we consider Pacheco over the wide receivers. And with Sutton, I am really excited. Probably doesn't have a shot to be a shootout against the Tennessee Titans, though. And it sounds like Stafford's going to be good to go week 1. If Stafford does not play, you pivot from Adams to Sutton. Now, Johnny Boy coming through with the trade. This is Chase Brown versus Brian Thomas. Give me Brian Thomas. We have CMC Kamara at running back, so we can afford to make the deal as well. Give me Brian Thomas Jr. Now, Ketchup coming through with the trade. This is RJ Harvey, Justin Jefferson versus Bucky and Brian Thomas. I think we're going to go with Bucky and Brian Thomas. I think that Bucky is a bigger value gap from Harvey than Jefferson is from BTJ. Now, Madman coming through. Running back, I'm assuming you meant that we needed 2 running backs and 2 receivers. If we need 2 running backs and 2 receivers, we play Bijan and Kenneth Walker. We play A.J. Brown and Terry McLaurin. And then out of the leftover options of Calvin Ridley, DeAndre Swift, Corey Krosky-Merritt, Ollie Gordon, we would play DeAndre Swift in the flex. Okay. Now, let's move this back. And let me go back over to the team reviews. And I think we were skipping McCollum to figure out if that was a Dynasty league or not. Let's look at this ESPN league. This is Colin for backup. It says, hey, Mason, been following the channel for the last 3 years and appreciate the content and sound advice every year. I'm a bit nervous about my running back 2, quarterback, tight end, but some of my league mates are a bit resistant to trade. I think I have too much depth at wide receiver. How do I improve here? Well, I really appreciate you, my friend, and super excited to check this out. And we are the number 1 team in the league analyzer. The good news is with having depth at wide receiver is this is going to be a 12-team format where we can start 4 wide receivers weekly. So if there was ever a spot to build out the depth at the wide receiver position, this is a decent little format to do it in. I'm not going to lie. Now, going through and looking at what we have at quarterback, we are currently 6th at QB in the league standings. We are 11th at running back, 1st at receiver, and 11th at tight end. So definitely the vast majority of the value that is making up our roster here is coming from wide receiver. And even though we can start 4 of these weekly, we have St. Brown, Neighbors, Evans, Sutton, Egbuka, and Ricky Pearsall. So we are currently sitting with 6 of them, which inherently is not going to be a bad thing, specifically in a league where you can start 4 wide receivers. If you are playing in a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format, I would say then it's time to panic and it's time to do whatever we could to maybe move off of some of these wide receivers and try to get value in elsewhere. But here you have a little bit more flexibility with how we build this team. Now, that's not to say that we are not interested in going through and trying to make some of these deals where we are potentially selling a depth receiver. But anyway, starting off at quarterback, we are playing the matchups between Caleb Williams, Jared Goff. Not going to say this is the best quarterback room in the world, but at the same time, it's going to be serviceable in a 10-team league. I would like this a hell of a lot less if it was going to be a 12-team format. Running back, we have James Cook, RJ Harvey, Joe Mixon, Brian Robinson, Najee Harris. So running back's the weakest spot by far. Like, the issue with this team is if we're sitting with RJ Harvey in our starting lineup week 1, and we have Egbuka and Ricky Pearsall both on our bench, it does seem like we probably should try to make a move where we improve our lineup. And it shouldn't be the most difficult thing in the world. There are a couple different ways that you can do this. Like, the first thing that you can do is just a very simple 1-for-1 swap. Look for players that are in a similar range of value and go to the CMC owner and go, hey, I'll give you Amon-Ra St. Brown for CMC. Go to the Ashton Genty owner and go, hey, I'll give you Malik Neighbors for Ashton Genty. Go to the, we have James Cook, so that's not going to work. Go to the Kyron Williams owner and go, hey, I'll give you Mike Evans for Kyron Williams. Go to the Kenneth Walker, Breece Hall owners and, hey, I'll give you Cortland Sutton for Kenneth Walker or Breece Hall. Super easy swap. You go and trade St. Brown for CMC. Then all of a sudden, running back, we have CMC, James Cook. Wide receiver, we have Neighbors, Evans, Sutton, Egbuka, Ricky Pearsall. You don't really lose much value on the overall roster, while at the same time, you just can get more production into your starting lineup. Another thing that you could do with this is if you wanted to just throw out a bunch of spammy, like bad offers to see if we can get anybody to bite, like we don't even have to upgrade a running back specifically. Another way that you could go about this is go to the teams with the elite quarterbacks. If we can transition some of our wide receiver bench points into maybe the quarterback spot, go to the team with Josh Allen and go, hey, I'll give you Mike Evans and Caleb Williams for Josh Allen. Go to the Lamar team and go, hey, I'll give you Mike Evans and Caleb Williams for Lamar. More likely than not, they're going to reject, right? But I mean, we can go out there and we can spam those elite quarterback owners with kind of those garbage deals and see if they have anything to say about it. We could also look at the elite tight ends as well, where we can go and we can offer the Trey McBride owner and go, hey, I'll give you Mike Evans and Loveland for Trey McBride. Hey, I'll give you Mike Evans and Loveland for Bowers. So you have a lot of flexibility here. Again, I don't think that you need to panic because you are in a position where you can at least start 4 of these wide receivers every single week. The only scenario in which I would say that you really would have to panic and you maybe would need to sell one of these wide receivers for less value than what they're actually worth would be in the scenario in which you could only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. Then if this was your roster composition, I would be way more concerned. But I'm going to hook you up with a free trade question just in case anybody sends anything over. I'd be super happy to try to come up with some other ideas for you. But I really do appreciate you. And again, you have the number 1 team in the league. So even if you sat on your hands, it's not the worst thing in the world right now. But let's move this over to our next team. This one's coming out from Nary 2.0. Says, I feel like I really messed up the draft. Should I be panicking as much as I am now? So we are right now Bowers Castle. We are currently 5th in the league analyzer, so I don't think you need to be panicking. We are number 1 in our league in tight end value. So typically where I want to be going out there and where I want to be slamming Bowers is if it's going to be a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format. Because 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format, wide receiver running back depth is inherently going to be a little bit less important. And the elite tight end, the elite quarterback is going to make up a higher percentage of our starting lineup output weekly. But here, this is a league in which you can start up to 4 wide receivers every week. So the wide receiver depth is definitely going to matter a lot more, where I'm a little less excited about getting Bowers in your format specifically. Now, looking at what we have with the positional values, we are 10th at quarterback with just Mahomes. We are 9th at running back. We are 4th at wide receiver, and we are 1st at tight end. Now, I think the very first thing that I can say that's a very easy move for us to make is I think that we could go ahead. We could cut Justice Hill. Justice Hill's a running back that I've been taking in a lot of underdog best ball drafts because I do think he's going to have a role this year, and I think he'll give us some random usable weeks. But the issue is with Justice Hill, are you ever going to be able to predict them? Are you ever going to know when those usable weeks are coming? Probably not. Even if Derrick Henry were to go down, it's not like I would rank Justice Hill as a must-start running back the next week. They kind of play 2 different positions. So for me, I would cut Justice Hill. I'd pick up Justin Fields. I think Fields has a higher ceiling to actually impact your starting lineup if he can finally put it together with his rushing upside. So, cut Hill, pick up Justin Fields. And I don't think we would stop there with the waiver wire moves. I think with Kareem Hunt's also another running back I've taken in a lot of underdog best ball drafts. Because I think you get some random usable weeks of Kareem Hunt in a committee with the Kansas City Chiefs. But I don't know if you're going to be able to predict him. So I think very similar to what we were talking about with Justice Hill, I'd cut Kareem Hunt. I think you can look at a running back like Byshell Tootin that actually has it in his range of outcomes to turn into an every week starter for you. So for me, I think you want to go ahead. You want to cut Kareem Hunt, cut Justice Hill, pick up Byshell Tootin, pick up Justin Fields. Going over to receiver, I personally am an idiot. So I personally would rather have Quentin Johnston over Adam Thielen, but I understand, and I'm the first person to admit that that's just because I'm not smart. So if you wanted to have Adam Thielen, especially early in the season with the Jordan Addison suspension, I'm not going to fault you for it. So you don't need to make a wide receiver pivot there. And then again, we don't need to roster a backup tight end when we are sitting here with Brock Bowers. So if we are looking at what we could possibly do right now in terms of trades, I think it's a little bit limited. Based off the tight ends that are available to us on the waiver wire, I think that it wouldn't be the worst idea in the world in a league in which we can start up to 4 wide receivers weekly, where we have no Judkins, we have no Mixon, we have no Spears at the beginning of the season. We have Jaden Reed injured as well. You may be really struggling to fill out your flex spots. So this is the kind of format where I would actually rather have Drake London. I would rather have AJ Brown over Brock Bowers. So if you could swap Bowers for one of the wide receivers here in this double flex format where we are dealing with this many injuries, I think it would be okay. I don't think it'd be the worst thing in the world. Now, looking at any other trades than that, it's very difficult to come up with some because at this point, selling Mixon is going to be really tough. You could try to get away with selling Mixon and get an upgrade at running back in a 2-for-1 deal by approaching a league mate going like, hey, I really like Joe Mixon this year, but since I don't have Quinton Judkins or Tajay Spears at the beginning of the season, I'm willing to give up Joe Mixon and just toss them that garbage, right? Try to sell a bag of lies to them. And if you could find somebody to go through and buy Mixon from you, then cool. I think that could be an out for us to also get a usable flex play if we're able to like package together Joe Mixon and Jaden Reed and go get a better receiver. But I think the number one and number two thing that you have to do is cut Justice Hill, cut Kareem Hunt, pick up Justin Fields, pick up Byshell Tootin. The next thing that you need to do is you need to offer the owners of A.J. Brown and Drake London Brock Bowers for them. I would consider cutting Will Shipley for Ray Davis as well. And then I would try to see if there's any way in hell we can use Joe Mixon as trade bait to upgrade a wide receiver spot. But let me hook you up with some free questions, my friend, just in case you have anything else that you want us to take a look at with this team, or maybe you get some counters or some bites with those random trade offers to throw out. Now, let's move this over to our next question. It's going to be coming out from Zane. He says, I drafted a ton of rookies because I feel like I want to win fantasy. You have to draft for upside. What do you think? I'm considering trading one of my mini receivers for a more established running back. So I like the idea of drafting rookies. If y'all are using the draft sheets, which I think a lot of y'all are, and obviously I've looked at a lot of your teams so far, it seems like if you're using the draft sheets, there's a good shot that you have a rookie on your team. Or not a rookie. You have a lot of rookies on your team, and we can see it with this team as well. The issue is with these rookies, while maybe they have a lot of upside, at the same time, we at least have to acknowledge the fact that if you stack too many of them on your roster at the beginning of the season, it may be very difficult for you to submit lineups and actually win matchups. Now, looking at what we have at quarterback, we are currently sitting with Dak Prescott. This is a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format. So I would like to have an elite quarterback if we can, because they're going to make up a very high percentage of our starting lineup output. And considering that we're the number 1 team in the league analyzer, and considering the fact that we are absolutely loaded here, it's probably going to happen. We're probably going to be able to get the elite QB. Going over to running back, we have Gibbs, Henderson, RJ Harvey, Quinton Judkins. So again, I think long-term, phenomenal running back room. The league analyzer has used the number 1 running back room in the league. The issue is, in the short term, it may be just a little difficult if Travion Henderson or RJ Harvey start slow. Wide receiver, we have Nico, Ladd, Harrison, Tet, Egbuka, Ridley, Trey Harris. If this was a start 4 wide receiver league, like if it was a 2 wide receiver double flex or a start 3 wide receiver single flex, you don't need to do anything. You'd be chilling. You're like, okay, I can get a ton of these wide receivers in my lineup. The issue is we're number 1 at running back and number 1 at wide receiver with the league analyzer. And if we're looking at our bench, we have Tet, Egbuka, Calvin Ridley, and RJ Harvey all on our bench. So I just don't know if you can justify having that much value on your bench in this format and not going out there and not trying to make a trade to get an improvement inside the starting lineup. I think that there are a couple easy ways that you can go about this. I think the first thing is, can we make a swap for an elite quarterback? Can we take Ladd McConkey and Dak Prescott and go get Josh Allen? Can we take Ladd McConkey and Dak Prescott and go and get Lamar Jackson? Can you take Marvin Harrison and Dak Prescott and go and get Jaden Daniels? Can you take Marvin Harrison and Dak Prescott and go and get Jalen Hurts? For you, it's not going to hurt. Again, you have Tet, Egbuka, Ridley all on your bench. Next guy up, you're perfectly fine. Tight ends, very similarly, we can afford to upgrade to an elite name. Honestly, even if you got an elite quarterback, I would trade Ladd McConkey and Tyler Warren for Brock Bowers on this team. It's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex, and you have the most loaded team in the league. I would trade Marvin, Tyler Warren for McBride. I would trade Tet and Tyler Warren for McBride. I would trade Tet and Tyler Warren for Kittle. Which again, you throw that in the trade calculator, it's going to say you're losing, and probably you are losing the deal in the vacuum. But frankly, it just won't matter with how strong your roster is. So those are the moves I'm trying to make, my friend. I think you have the best team in the league. I think you're absolutely crushing. But because your team is so good, you have no reason not to go out there and get yourself an elite quarterback or an elite tight end. But I really appreciate you. Really hope I was able to help you out in some way. And yeah, thank you so much for everything, my friend. Now, let's move this over for J. Papa says, I feel like I fumbled the RB2 spot here. Maybe I'm overreacting to the Judkins situation, but not sure if I should trade off Smith or Hunter for further running back depth. So here your running back 2 is going to be pretty important. We'll get to it one second just because we did just hit 800 likes on the live stream. So please make sure you drop your flockfantasy.com username in the live chat right now. And we will go ahead and we will get one of y'all set up with a free start set question, free trade question for the site. Okay. Let's pick somebody randomly. We got King James 0723. Let me pull this up for you. King James, hopefully use code FLOCK on the site and I can find you. I got a different King James. I don't know the probability that there are 2 different King Jameses on the site. So we're just going to assume that you got the numbers wrong, my friend. And we're going to roll with King James 31. And they got the season pass, so they should already have some free vouchers. But they're getting more free vouchers. If they're not in this live stream, they should feel lucky that somebody had a similar name to them. Yeah, okay. But J Papa, again, you are in a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex, half PPR format. So in your format and specifically, I do think that you're in a spot where it makes a lot of sense for us to have a strong running back room, for us to not build too much around our wide receiver depth. Now, we are currently the number 1 team in the league analyzer, so you absolutely love to see it. But yeah, pulling this up, your running back room's ranked 10th. Our wide receiver room's ranked 2nd, our tight end room's ranked 1st, and our quarterback room's ranked 11th. So there is a lot that we can say here right out the gate. The first thing is going to be when we have Baker Mayfield at quarterback, obviously Baker's very strong. We can look at what he did last season and you can say, oh, okay, last year Baker was a set it and forget it. Baker Mayfield was an absolute crusher in fantasy. But at the same time, that's not inherently a guaranteed for this next season, where if you are looking at Baker Mayfield, you have the significant injuries to the wide receiver position. Not only do you have those significant injuries, but at the same time, you're in a spot where we just naturally see some regression when it comes to quarterbacks with passing volume. So I think running back's a big enough issue that I'm not going to tell you to go out there and trade for a quarterback because I think we should be trading for a running back instead. But what I will say is if we are looking at the waiver wire and you have Brock Purdy sitting out there on waivers, for me, I think that would make a decent amount of sense for us to just roster Brock Purdy. I mean, if the cost is legitimately nothing and if it's just free. Because we can go over and we can look at what we have at the bottom end of this team. 2 wide receiver, single flex format. I'm sorry to say this. While I understand that he's a meme on the channel, people like telling us in the comment section that he's the best wide receiver in the league. You cut Cedric Tillman here. Cut Cedric Tillman, pick up Brock Purdy, give yourself an out just in case Baker Mayfield regresses, and possibly you end up deciding to go back and forth with the matchups of these 2 QBs. Now, at running back, you have no RB2, which if you're in like a league like the Flock League, that's a full PPR format, multiple flex spots, running back 2 is going to make up a slightly smaller percentage of our starting lineup output. So sure, maybe we go ahead and maybe we punt RB, specifically the RB2 spot if we have somebody that we like at RB1. However, this is a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex. So you can't get away with this running back room. So after we drop Cedric Tillman for Brock Purdy, like if we're looking at running backs on the waiver wire, like there's nobody that was like super exciting to pick up. So I agree. I think you want to trade for a running back. Is there a world in which we can sell Devontae Adams for Kenneth Walker? Is there a world in which we can sell Devontae Adams for Breece Hall? Even if we have to, like, I would be willing to make that deal and include any running back we have on our team not named Devon Achane. If it's Adams and Judkins, Adams and Scadaboo, it doesn't matter. If you could go through and if you could trade Adams or Devonta Smith, it doesn't matter. They're the same player again. So Smith and Judkins for Kenneth Walker, Adams and Judkins for Kenneth Walker or Breece. Because then at that point, you actually have a running back room we could be excited about. It's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex. So you can still start St. Brown, Devonta Smith at receiver, and then go Travis Hunter in the flex spot. We have a better option at quarterback that we can stream every week in terms of just playing the matchups between the 2 guys. So yeah, I think you need to trade for a better running back. And at the same time, I think you need to drop Cedric Tillman and pick up the quarterback Brock Purdy off the waiver wire. And again, don't stress about not rostering that many wide receivers in your league, because the fact of the matter is, in a 2 wide receiver single flex format, it's not going to matter that much anyway, to be honest. But let's move this over to our, and I really appreciate you. I hope I was able to help you out. Let's move this over to our next team. That's going to be CD Steele. I believe this is going to be a Dynasty league, however, so we're going to save that for a Dynasty live stream. Let's move over to E. Morales. My friend, let me hook you up with some free vouchers. I know you've been a long-time member of the flock, and I really do appreciate you. Here, this is the 101 in a PPR work league. Feel much better than the last draft. Also reviewed, went late round quarterback, doubled running back early, then smashed wide receiver all the way down to stack the bench and flex options. Thoughts on Andrews at tight end. One team is Kittle and Bowers. Did I get redemption with this draft or any early improvement? So real quick, first thing I want to point out is we are sitting with the second most value in this league. So I think we can be pretty excited about where we sit at the moment. And when we are looking at Mark Andrews specifically, I think at the beginning of the season, you should be very excited. The reason being is we are going to have no Isaiah Likely at the beginning of the year. So if you have no Likely at the beginning of the season, Andrews should just project out to be an every week starter, and I'm going to have him pretty close to my top 5 tight ends. So maybe long-term, once Isaiah Likely is coming back in, then sure, we can be a little bit concerned and we can potentially look to try to go out there and approach the team at the very top that has the combination of Bowers and Kittle. And it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format. So, I mean, tight end's going to make up a pretty high percentage of our starting lineup output weekly. So, I mean, I would like to have the elite level tight end if we could get it. But also, we don't have the elite quarterback either. I actually think that in a league like yours, unless you could get Kittle for super cheap because the Bowers team took him and the Bowers team is trying to get rid of him, I don't think we would just pass on getting the elite quarterback instead. Quarterback, we have Caleb and Lawrence. Looking at the waiver wire, definitely no options better than what we currently have. So I think we're going to sit with our current options. Going over and looking at what we have with the running backs, we have Jonathan Taylor, Amari Hampton, Breece Hall. So, I mean, Breece Hall, obviously, I'm a little bit concerned with. But for us to have Breece as our running back 3, I mean, I think this is a phenomenal setup. Yeah, and running back, we're just incredible. We have the high upside shots with like the kind of premium handcuff running backs with guys like Trey Benson, Brian Robinson. So I think you're really comfortable there. I'm looking at receiver. We have Jamar Chase as the elite alpha wide receiver 1. We have Devonta Smith, Jamison Williams, Romadunze, Jordan Addison. So it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex, where it's not like we have too much production at wide receiver. I mean, we are pretty well balanced here. And then we have Andrews. I love your team. I love your team. If we were going to do anything, I think we upgrade quarterback. But the fact of the matter is, how could we upgrade QB? Like, do we have an expendable piece? I don't really think so, at least not at this moment. Like, maybe once Jordan Addison gets back, then cool. Once Addison's here and we have 5 startable wide receivers, then like if there's a world in which we can sell like Jamison Williams and Caleb Williams and we can go get Joe Burrow and get the Burrow and Chase stack, I think you can look to do that. But frankly, like you're not in a position to do that until we get Jordan Addison back in this lineup. So I think you're in a great spot. I think you drafted a great team. In terms of some of the options on the waiver wire, I think Jayden Reed is probably a little bit too good of an option. So I would probably cut Tyler Algier and pick up Jayden Reed, even if we wanted to optimize for the running backs that have the high ceiling if the starters were to go down in front of them, which I understand that, yes, you're looking at Jayden Reed specifically as the guy that has that upside. But yeah, I think go ahead, cut Algier. I'm sorry, Algier has that upside, but I think Jayden Reed's just the better play. So I think you cut Algier, you pick up Jayden Reed, you wait until Jordan Addison comes back, then you potentially try to make a small deal where you go and get the elite level quarterback. If the quarterback's unattainable, then sure, we'll approach the team that has Bowers and Kittle, and we'll hope that they sell Kittle to us at a discount, but we're not having to go out there. We're not having to pay for it, to be honest. Okay, but I really appreciate you and hope I was able to help you out in some way here, my friend. Now, let's move this over to our next team. This one's going to be coming out from Carlos. And let me hook you up with some free questions right out the gate. Just make sure I don't forget, my guy. Says, think Russell Wilson could turn Wandale into his new Tyler Lockett? Probably not. If we look at Lockett back in the day playing with DK Metcalf, there's a big difference that you have between the projections of the Malik Neighbors target share versus what DK Metcalf has historically seen. So I would not get overly optimistic about Wan'Dale Robinson turning into a viable player this year. I think in an underdog best ball draft, he possibly can, just given the fact that like if you draft a wide receiver 6 and he turns out to be a wide receiver 4, that's a profitable pick in like a best ball league where those depth wide receivers matter a lot. But here, this is a 10-team redraft format. So the fact of the matter is, if you draft somebody that's going as a wide receiver 6 and he turns out to be a wide receiver 4, frankly, it just doesn't matter at all. So I would not roster Wan'Dale. But we are currently sitting with the top spot in the league. And we don't have Wan'Dale Robinson on this team. Thank God. I was going to say, I'm surprised if we have the top spot in this league and we had Wan'Dale Robinson. That'd be a little bit shocking to me. But anyway, quarterback, we have Kyler Murray. Kyler Murray's been a top 12 quarterback in points per game every year of his NFL career. Obviously, it's not a guarantee to happen again this season, but I'm completely fine to have Kyler Murray as our QB1. Now, looking at running back, we have Chuba Hubbard, Tony Pollard, James Conner. Quinshon Judkins, Tajay Spears, and Ollie Gordon. So we have not the top end production at running back, but it's not going to be the end of the world because this is a league in which you can start up to 4 wide receivers a week. So since you can start up to 4 wide receivers a week, like running back just inherently is going to make up a slightly smaller percentage of our starting lineup output. And the reason that we have the number 1 team in the league analyzer is somehow, some way, you managed to draft 3 round 1 wide receivers. We have CeeDee Lamb, Nico Collins, Brian Thomas, all on the same roster. And again, this is a league where I would say you kind of want to optimize for the wide receiver production because it's a start up to 4 wide receiver full PPR format. We have Jalen Waddle, wide receiver 4. I personally would say that there's no way you would ever start Shaheed here. So even if Jordan Addison is suspended at the beginning of the season, whoever you have at the beginning of the year, I mean, it's not going to really be relevant anyway. You're not starting him. So I would personally cut Shaheed. I would pick up Jordan Addison. I would also cut Ollie Gordon and pick up Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt. Like, your team's good enough that, honestly, even if Devon Achane were to miss week 1, which it looks like Achane's not going to miss week 1, I don't think you would start Ollie Gordon. So if you're not going to start Ollie Gordon regardless, honestly, F it. Just go ahead and pick up the better long-term play, which would be Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt. And if you just make those two simple moves where you drop Shaheed, you drop Ollie Gordon, and you pick up Addison and JCM, you already have the best team in the league, and you're going to be even going higher in the league analyzer. And then from this point, if we were looking at any trades, I think the easy thing to say is, if we could find somebody that'd be excited to trade for Sam Laporta's expendable for us. We have Hawkinson. So if you could possibly package together like Sam Laporta and Kyler Murray and try to get to a top 4 quarterback, we obviously would. It's probably not going to happen. I'm going to send the offer anyway and see what they say. They're probably going to reject. Again, I understand that, but can't hurt to offer the Lamar, Allen, Daniels, Hurts teams, Sam Laporta and Kyler Murray, and to see if we can get one of those quarterbacks in return. Then we're going to be relying on Hawkinson if we can pull that off. Once those teams reject us, which they probably will, then what I'd most likely do is I'd most likely turn around and try to sell Sam Laporta in a 2-for-1 deal with Tony Pollard. If you wanted to wait a couple weeks into the year, I think you can, because Pollard should start off extremely hot. If you wanted to get those points into your starting lineup, we use them. And then once Spears is a couple weeks away from returning, then at that point, if we wanted to sell Pollard and Laporta, get a better running back before Spears returns and before we end up getting the Pollard drop off, I think it'd be exciting. But I don't think I have anything else for you. I mean, you have a phenomenal team. You already have the best team in the league, and going through and making those two simple cuts and those two simple additions on the waiver wire is going to make it even that much better. My friend, really do appreciate you. And I hope I was able to help you out in some way. But let me go ahead, and we're going to get to carts in 1 second. Let me see if we have any of the quick hitting questions to get to, and then we'll get back to the team reviews. Okay, this one says your worst nightmare, second pick, full PPR, who do we draft? If you're playing in a league where you can start up to 4 wide receivers and it's a 12-team league, I honestly really would consider CeeDee Lamb in that instance in the full PPR setup. The reason being, again, is with Lamb, highest floor ceiling combo of almost any player in round 1. Especially now that you have no Micah Parsons. It's going to be a Dallas Cowboys team that has to throw the ball a ton. And if it's a league where you can get into the start 4 wide receivers, 12-team format, wide receiver depth is going to be important. If it is a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format, then instead what I probably will look to do is I'd probably look to take a running back. And it's going to be up to you with who your favorite running back is, whether that's Jahmyr Gibbs or Saquon Barkley. I previously had Bijan Robinson there. If you want to keep Bijan there, I'm not going to fault you for it. I have moved Bijan down, however, just given the injury that we had with the right tackle for the Falcons, making the offense project to be a little bit worse. Ethan says, I can't find free help from Season Pass. You're the best. I really appreciate you. If you wanted to get the free start sit question and the free trade question, it would have been you put in code FLOCK on flockfantasy.com and you bought the season pass. That's how it would have happened. I'm assuming if you got the season pass and you don't have those free questions, it would be due to you potentially not having put in code FLOCK. But anyway, week 1, I'm going to go Goddard over Loveland. Rest of season, for sure, give me Loveland. And then we're going to be taking Tony Pollard week 1 there in the flex spot. While I do definitely prefer some of these other names at the flex for rest of season, specifically week 1, Tony Pollard, you're going to have no Tajay Spears. So I think you can go ahead and run with him. Now, Frank coming through with a trade. This is Jacobs, Brian Thomas, Jonnu versus Golden, Chase, and Tyler Warren. Jonnu, Tyler Warren, upgrade. Brian Thomas and Jacobs versus Chase and Golden. Give me Chase and Golden. It's a 14-teamer, so the running back depth is going to be a little bit harder to sell. But I do think that this is just a very reasonable price point to buy Jamar Chase. And if you ever have a reasonable opportunity to buy Jamar Chase, you probably have to go ahead and do it, to be honest. Now, Bo knows coming through with our next question here. It's Keon and Devonta Smith for Sutton and Ferg. Smith and Sutton are the exact same for me. I would rather have Keon over Ferg, so I'm probably going to go with the Devonta Smith side, but I am much higher in Devonta Smith than most people. Now, Skitty says, I have Warren, so do we do this? Yeah, if you have Tyler Warren, for sure, I would trade Sam Laporta and Bucky Irving for CMC. That's a no-brainer. Louis with the trade of Hurts, Jalen Warren, Devonta Smith versus Chase Brown and Kenneth Walker. Smith versus Walker, give me Walker. Warren and Hurts versus Chase Brown, give me Chase Brown. Yeah, this is very easily the Chase Brown and Kenneth Walker side. Even if you have to stream QBs, who cares? Now, Fleet, we're going to start Dak Prescott over Jordan Love week 1. I think that you will have no read week 1. Matthew Golden will be a rookie. The team will try to run the ball effectively, especially now that they have a better defense with Micah Parsons. And the Cowboys are going to fall behind. They have a really tough matchup. They're going to have no other option but to throw the ball. Okay. And here for the flex spots, I'm going to be taking Devonta Smith over Tet. I think if there are those wide receivers in a similar tier, you can just kind of play it safe and you don't need to go with the rookie right out the gate. Now, Trustworthy Soup, always happy to see you here. It's Benson and Debo for Roma Dunze. Now that you have Terry McLaurin signing his extension with Washington, I think it's a pretty easy call, honestly, to just go ahead and take Roma Dunze here. Now, Sal Patrin, I can't say this. It's going to be a Brock Purdy, Nico Collins for Lamar deal. I would definitely rather have the Nico and Purdy side of this. I would rather have Nico over Lamar straight up, even if you're loaded up with wide receivers. If it was a super flex league, then of course, don't get me wrong, we'll go with Lamar Jackson, but I'm assuming it's a one quarterback format. Now, Ben101 did not submit this correctly. I'm going to set you up with another trade question, but you told me that they received Brees and Harrison, and I don't know who we received. So I just sent you another free trade question. D Mills coming through for the flex. We are looking at Luther Burden, Jaden Higgins, Dylan Sampson, Trey Benson. I absolutely hate this. I'm going to take Jaden Higgins. I don't know if we can confidently project out any of the rookies with their roles week 1, but Jaden Higgins probably has the clearest path to be the outside wide receiver out on the other side of Nico Collins. So I will go with Jaden Higgins, but it is for sure shaky. Like, I'm not feeling good with it. Okay, and let's go ahead and pivot back over to what we have with some of the team reviews. It's going to be a long live stream, so if you haven't already, go down there and hit the like button and subscribe. CD Steel, I think this is going to be a dynasty. Carts, I think that this is a redraft. Says, won my league last year with Chase and Allen. Running it back this year. Let me know what you're thinking. So I think the first thing that's worth noting is it looks like, yet again, your league mates somehow let you get the best team in the league. We are currently number 1 in the league analyzer. It's a double flex format. So here, having the elite quarterback is not going to be as much of an advantage, but it's still an advantage. Don't get me wrong. I mean, this is the same format as the Flock League, and I'm also sitting with Josh Allen myself, my friend. But I do like the fact that we built around wide receiver. Definitely wide receiver is what I want to be building around in a league like this. We have the number 1 ranked QB room. We have the number 1 ranked wide receiver room. We have the number 8 ranked running back room and the number 10th ranked tight end room. So if we are going to be looking at potentially making any trades, the first thing that we have to point out is a lot of the production that we should have for this team should probably come in the second half of the season, right? I mean, this is a team where we're dealing with some rookies potentially starting slow, such as Trevion Henderson, Colson Loveland, Igbuka. We also have the suspension early on with Jordan Addison. So, I mean, there are reasons to believe that this team's going to be starting a little slow, and maybe the depth's going to be important for us to have at the beginning of the year. Now, looking at what we have with running back, Kyron, Henderson, Addison, Benson, Algier, Ollie Gordon is going to be completely fine. if we get word, which I'm kind of already had, that Devon Achane's good to go week 1, but if we actually see that he is trending towards that way, at some point I would consider cutting Ollie Gordon, and I would instead pick up Dylan Sampson. Dylan Sampson has a clear path to just win the starting running back job in Cleveland, where obviously Ollie Gordon, you are going to need. Actually, I would pick up Byshell Tootin. Honestly, F it. I'd cut both Tyler Algier and Ollie Gordon for Byshell Tootin and Dylan Sampson. I think both Byshell Tootin and Byshell Tootin and Dylan Sampson have a path to be the starting running back in their own respective offenses, where you just simply don't have that type of upside when it comes to Algier, Ollie Gordon. They are just premium handcuffs. Now, looking at what we have when it comes to wide receiver, there's nothing to discuss. If this was a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format, I would love to sell a receiver here. I mean, we have Chase, Harrison, Igbuka, Ricky Pearsall, but all 4 of these guys are possibly wide receiver 1s. I don't want to say wide receiver 1s, but all 4 of these guys are guys that are going to hit your starting lineup, right? Like, we're definitely playing them in the flex spots over whatever running backs that we have. We put Kyron at RB1, Trevion at RB2. So, like, flexibility-wise, there's no real way that we are looking to sell, like, Ricky Pearsall and Loveland here for an improved tight end. Like, that's probably what I'd be looking to do if it was a league where we only started 2 wide receivers and 1 flex and we couldn't get all these wide receivers in our starting lineup. But you can get the receivers in your lineup. Going over in terms of waiver wire pivots that we can make at wide receiver, like we have Bateman, Luther Burden. I think Luther Burden's definitely worth the pickup in a lot of leagues, but I think I'd rather have like the running backs that we suggested picking up instead. So to be honest with you, based off your team, I think you did a great job optimizing for your league settings. I don't think that there are really trades that I want to be making at this point. Maybe if we get like Igbuka coming out and smashing and then Jordan Addison coming back from the suspension, then maybe at that point we can look to go ahead and sell one of the wide receivers with Loveland to get an upgrade at tight end. But frankly, we're not going to do that until we get Addison back from the suspension. So I think you're rolling with this team into the season. And again, you have the number 1 team in the league analyzer. So, I mean, it's not a bad thing to not be making any trades. I think you just make a couple of those pivots when it comes to the waiver wire options at the very bottom. Now, Murak says, should I trade for a better running back? And if so, which one should we trade for? So this is another one of those teams that's number 1 in the league analyzer. And if we're looking at where we currently sit, we have the number 1 quarterback room. We have the number 8 running back room, the number 1 wide receiver room, and the number 3 tight end room. So if there was going to be something for us to address with this team, it would be running back if we had to pick something, right? I will say that when we have Josh Allen, I don't think you need to roster a backup quarterback. I know it's a 10-team league, and it looks like everybody else is rostering backups, but since it's a 10-team format, I mean, ultimately at the end of the day, you still have guys like Michael Penix, Tua out there, where just in case you were to get an injury to Josh Allen, you could go through and you could still stream the position, or you could trade for somebody after the fact. So for me, I would cut Justin Fields, and I think going through and looking at the options on the waiver wire, I would way rather have Jordan Mason, because Aaron Jones goes down with an injury, and all of a sudden Jordan Mason could straight up be a league-winning option. So pretty easy spot for me to make that pivot. Also, other interesting players on the waiver wire. You have Braylon Allen as a very interesting name. I would definitely prefer Jordan Mason, but if we could find any other players to cut, I would like to cut them for Braylon Allen if we could. But you also have Jaden Reed out there, so Jaden Reed would be a very interesting pickup as well. Going over and looking at what we have at wide receiver, we are currently sitting with CeeDee Lamb, Puka Nacua. So we have 2 round 1 picks on this team somehow. Travis Hunter, Igbuka, Rome Odunze. This is a league in which you can start up to 4 wide receivers weekly. We have the elite tight end with George Kittle. You crushed it. This is a phenomenal team. If this was a league in which you could only start up to 3 wide receivers every week, then 100% we would be making a trade. 100% I'd be going out there and I'd be trying to do whatever I could to sell Rome Odunze and James Conner and go get a 2-for-1 upgrade at running back. But because you can start up the 4 wide receivers here weekly, I actually don't mind having the depth. I still think it's interesting. If you could sell Rome Odunze and James Conner and go get a much better running back, let's do it. But the reason why would kind of just be so we can open up a roster spot and we have like the free guys we can pick up off the waiver wire like Jaden Reed, right? So you have an incredible team here. I don't think that there's really anything that we want to be doing beyond just the simple waiver wire swap of Justin Fields to Jordan Mason. And yeah, incredible draft. I don't think you need to be making any massive trades. But Ivan coming through, and here, let me actually make sure that we get this right. It says failed to fetch leaderboard. So I need to sign out and sign back in to make sure y'all are getting these automated emails. Because again, when somebody asked a question on flockfantasy.com, a lot of the times, I would say the majority of the times that I'm answering the question on the live stream, they're not even in the live stream. Like a lot of these team reviews, you can see they were sent 2 days ago. But as soon as I answer it, the custom YouTube URL gets immediately sent to them through the site with the exact timestamp that I answered their question. So they just click the link and it takes them to the exact second that I answered the question or I reviewed the team. So we need to make sure that we are signed in. So that's working. But Ivan, happy to see you again. I'm sorry that we had the Yahoo issue earlier. Just for an update for you, my man, Yahoo got back to me today and they just, let me read you the email, which shout out Yahoo for this. Cause if y'all don't know, too many of y'all were linking Yahoo leagues where, the basic like Yahoo API access, we were getting capped with, but Yahoo got back to me, says you have now been uncapped. We will likely be making changes to the business of the API access next season, but you guys should be set up for now. So we are uncapped. So we could have 1 million of y'all link Yahoo leagues and we are good to go. So I'm sorry that we were dealing with that issue earlier in the week, my guy, but it shouldn't be an issue anymore. Let me confirm. Yeah, I set you up with those questions. But let's check this out. And this is a team where we are the number 1 team in the league analyzer. Team name is Bates Motel. I remember seeing those freaking Bates Motel commercials all over TV when I was in high school. I've never watched it, but God, that is a throwback. I remember seeing those commercials all the freaking time. But anyway, we are number 1 in the league analyzer. It's a 12-team, 2 wide receiver, single flex format. So having an elite quarterback and an elite tight end is perfect. And it's exactly what we do. So number 1 team in the analyzer, while at the same time, we have a phenomenal roster construction. It's going to be extremely difficult for me to come up with anything for this team to do. Because we have Josh Allen, we have Brock Bowers. Again, the elite quarterback, the elite tight end, they're going to make up such a high percentage of our starting lineup output weekly. So like really, really good spot to be in. Then we go over and we look at running back. We have Gibbs, Swift, Caleb, Judkins, Braylon Allen, Trey Benson. So we have the locked and loaded starting guys at the very top. And then down there on the bench, we have players with upside that we're not having to rely upon. We go over to wide receiver. We have JSN, Xavier Worthy, Jamison Williams, Jordan Addison, and Rashad Bateman. So wide receiver is not the best, but what's the play to improve the wide receiver position? We go through and we look at the waiver wire. I would actually, I love Trey Benson, but I don't think Benson has it as a possibility where he just takes over the starting job in Arizona, where I think that is a possibility for Cam Scatterbo. So for me personally, I would cut Benson for Cam Scatterbo. Going over to wide receiver. Christian Kirk's out there on the waiver wire, but I don't know if there's any reason for us to pivot from Bateman to Kirk. What the hell does anybody have any suggestions for this team? Our starting lineup in a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex is Josh Allen at quarterback, Gibbs, Swift at running back, JSN, Worthy at receiver, Bowers at tight end, Jameson in the flex. And then on the bench, we have players that have upside in the second half of the year that we don't have to rely upon, like Caleb Johnson, Judkins, Braylon Allen, Jordan Addison, and then we can cut like Trey Benson for Cam Scatterbo. So if this was a league where you had to start like 3 wide receivers and 2 flex, I think you'd be screwed. I think you'd be looking to try to sell quarterback, sell tight end. But in a league where you only have 2 wide receivers and 1 flex spot in your starting lineup, this is great. So honestly, that small waiver wire move I'd make. But outside of that, I think you'll just have some of these rookies on your team, suspended players that hopefully get better as the year goes on, and you're just going to crush. But I really appreciate you, and I really hope I was able to, I know I wasn't able to help you out, but I sent you over some free questions, so hopefully I'm able to help you out at some point, my friend. Okay, let's move this over. Our next team review is going to be coming from Nor. It says, Yo, Mace, 3rd year with the flock. Love all the content. I'm in a 10-team at PPR. I feel good with my draft, but definitely lacking at quarterback and tight end. If you have any advice or trades or anything, I'd appreciate it. Thanks and good luck this year. Thank you, my friend. And I am just a little bit paranoid. Before we get into your team, I'm going to go to the My Reviews section of flockfantasy.com, and I'm going to confirm that these automated links are getting sent out, because when I hit next question on that previous Ivan one, I did not get any feedback. Okay, perfect. So just on my end, I went over and saw. So, let me click the link and let me see how it timestamped it for him, just to make sure this is working. God dang, that's perfect. Freaking dev. The best thing the devs ever made by far was the stream mode setup with questions. Like, incredible. But anyway, Nor, I appreciate you again, my friend. This is going to be that 10-team half PPR start 8. You're saying you're definitely lacking at quarterback and tight end. If it was a start 7 format, I'd be a little more worried, but start 8 league may be fine. Here, though, we are kind of the middle of the league analyzer. Thank God we're not this team at the very bottom, but we are not the top dog with Allen, Chase, AJ Brown. We are currently sitting here with the 6th best quarterback room, the 5th best running back room, the 4th best wide receiver room, and then dead last when it comes to tight end. So when we are looking at a start 8 format, again, we can get 4 wide receivers into our starting lineup. So if we are looking at the potential moves from this point, our starting lineup is Kyler Murray at quarterback. Running back, we have Achane, Amari, and Hampton. Wide receiver, we have Neighbors, Higgins. And in the 2 flex spots, we have Chuba, Xavier Worthy. So for our bench, we are currently sitting with Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, Quinshon Judkins, Trey Benson, Ted McMillan, Josh Downs, and Jordan Addison. So if we're looking at a team like this, realistically, every bench asset that we have should improve as the season goes on. Like Ted McMillan will be better in the second half of the year than he is in the first half of the year. That's what happens with the vast majority of these rookies. Quinshon Judkins obviously looks like he'll be nothing in the first half of the season, where Quinshon Judkins in the second half of the year maybe turns into something. Going over to, like, Addison's obviously not playing at the very beginning. Addison will be playing at the end. Josh Downs dealing with a hamstring injury, but Josh Downs should be exciting in the second half of the year. So I think that same thing like Amari and Hampton, even in our starting lineup, I would assume that Amari and Hampton's better in the second half of the season than he is in the first. So default, you do nothing with this team. It's competitive from the jump, and it gets better as the season goes on. I wouldn't say that we are in the best spot ever, though. Again, I would agree with you with the general sentiment that quarterback, tight end is not great in a 10-team league. And generally, I would like to upgrade tight end if we can. But the thing is, like, when are we going to be able to upgrade the tight end position? Because if we were looking at going through and trading for an upgrade, I guess you could sell Ted McMillan immediately If you could go like Ted McMillan and Tucker Kraft for George Kittle, I definitely would, but probably not likely. If you could go Xavier Worthy and Tucker Kraft for George Kittle, go for it. If you could go T. Higgins and Tucker Kraft for Trey McBride, go for it. But my assumption is going to be that those trades get rejected. My assumption is going to be that some of these rookies that we have on our team are going to have to improve as the season goes on. And then at that point, we're going to have to get our opponents excited about them. And then we can maybe pounce on a deal halfway through the year. I see James says just grab Ferguson off the waiver wire and drop Benson for now. Yeah, I was sitting here thinking like, because obviously Kraft has the upside, but it's not like Kraft is locked and loaded into being a must start tight end every single week. I would like to pick up Ferguson off the waiver wire, but the fact of the matter is, I don't know if I can tell them to cut Trey Benson. Because realistically, Trey Benson from week 1 to week 2, James Conner goes down for the year. Trey Benson could turn into a top 15 running back rest of season. There's nothing that could happen from week 1 to week 2 to turn Jake Ferguson to a league-winning tight end. Like even if Lamb were to go down, frankly, Ferguson doesn't have that in his range of outcomes. So I would send those initial offers over to get the upgrade at tight end. Again, Worthy and Kraft for Kittle, Tet and Kraft for Kittle, Higgins and Kraft for McBride. I would kind of expect that they're going to get rejected. And we may have to wait until we get like Josh Downs back from the hamstring, Jordan Addison back from the suspension. And then maybe at that point we have a little more leverage and we can afford to sell a wide receiver at a smaller discount. But again, I think you have a solid team. I think the main thing is you should expect that your team probably rises up the power rankings as the year goes on with how many rookies that we have. But I really appreciate you and hope I was able to help you out in some way here. Now, let me pivot over and answer some of the quick questions, and we'll get back to the team reviews. So, Mr. Squirrel coming through. Here we need a flex play. We are going to go ahead and we will take Tet McMillan over Igbuka and Diggs week 1. Even though we're not that excited about jamming the rookie in. I mean, with Igbuka, he's also a rookie, and Diggs coming off a torn ACL. Chase is making a trade, Kyron and Devonta Smith for Nico Collins and Pacheco. Like, Devonta Smith is my most drafted wide receiver on Underdog from a dollar spent perspective this year. I'm rooting for him a ton, but Nico Collins, completely different tier of player than Kyron and Smith. Now, Adam coming through with the trade. This is Tet, Higgins, and RJ Harvey versus Puka, Addison, and Montgomery. Give me Harvey over Montgomery. Give me, like, the thing is, Puka's the best player in the deal. Higgins is the second best player in the deal. Tet's the third best player in the deal. And RJ Harvey's the fourth best. It's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format, though. So it's not that far off. Can y'all please let me know in the live chat real quick, what side do you prefer in this? Would you rather have Puka Nacua, Jordan Addison, David Montgomery, or would you rather have RJ Harvey, Tet McMillan, T. Higgins? Please let me know in the live chat. See what people are saying in the chat. We got left, 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 left. Left, 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 right, left, left. Looks like the vast majority of people are saying the left side. Like I said, I do think that this side has the second, third, and fourth best players in the trade. And it's a 12-team league, not a 10-team. Now, EPIS coming through. This is Pickens, Flowers, and Ollie Gordon. Ollie Gordon and Jerome Ford are kind of meaningless to me. For Smith, Ayuk, Ford, Judkins. So Pickens to Smith, tomato, it doesn't matter. Would I rather have Flowers or Judkins, Ford, and Brandon Ayuk? I'd probably rather have Flowers. So especially with the bump up that we get from the Parsons trade, seeing more passing volume in Dallas, I think I'm going to go with the Pickens side of this. Ben 101 trade in Brees and Marv for Devon Achane. 10-team start 8 league, leftover wide receiver. We'd have Lamb, London, Pickens, Jennings. See, I think you can afford to go Achane if you are not worried about the Achane injury. King was taken, says, hey, did this trade, I'm the one with Kyron. Okay. I would rather have Kyron. When you say that you're the one with Kyron, I hope you're the one getting the Kyron side. I think I'd rather have Addison over ETN this year. Like I have, honestly, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go to Nathan in the Flock League right now, and I'll offer him ETN for Addison. Okay. Yeah, I'd rather have ETN over Addison. I'm sorry, I'd rather have Addison over ETN, and I for sure would rather have Kyron over Marvin Mixon. Mixon's pretty close to a 0 for me. Okay. Sorry, this just gave me the idea of trying to sell ETN for Addison. Okay, let me text Nathan too. Let him know that there's an offer in his inbox. See, usually live streams have little background music for y'all. I can make my own music for you. Here's how you message your league mates if you send them an offer. Messaging Nathan, offer sent, period. You're welcome. Make him think you're doing them a favor. Okay. Witcho coming through with the trade. This is Tracy, Hampton, Mooney versus Dobbins and Jefferson. Yeah, Jefferson's not even remotely close to any other player in this deal. I know it's a 14-team league. I know the depth matters a little bit more. But we're going to go ahead and we're going to take Jefferson. And yeah, King, I definitely wanted the Kyron side of your trade. Let me refresh this. And I think that was it for the quick questions, so we can get back to the team reviews real quick. Okay, so I believe this is coming out from James 10. It says, Family League. Anyone who's usually open for trades was at work when drafting, so I didn't get to pick who I wanted some rounds and had to auto pick. Well, that sucks, because now we are... Like, the team at the very top looks like they're crushing. Team at the top has Chase and Bowers somehow. Team at the top somehow is Chase, Bowers, JSN, Chase Brown, Breece Hall, Garrett Wilson. Team at 1 is incredible. It's going to be an 10-team start 8 league. If we are looking at what we have at the bottom end of our team, I'm excited. Because I can immediately point out some of these pivots that we want to make. Because your waiver wire is loaded up with exciting names. Charbonnet, Braylon Allen, Trey Benson, all could be league-winning running backs if the guy were to go down in front of them. Charbonnet, we've seen what he looks like with no Kenneth Walker, and we know that he is a locked and loaded running back 1 with projections any game that Walker misses. So the easiest thing that I'm going to do real quick is we're going to drop Byshell Tootin, pick up Zach Charbonnet. Easiest thing that you're going to do with this team. The second easiest thing that we're going to do with this team is we're going to go over and we're going to look at Amari Cooper. And trust me, I hope I'm wrong when I say this. I've drafted Amari in a lot of underdog best ball drafts where there I think he can be relevant because I think he can give us a couple random spike weeks. But in a regular fantasy football league, if you are having to submit your starting lineup every single week, I don't know how Amari ever turns into somebody that you can confidently rely upon every week. So for me, I'm cutting Amari Cooper for Khalil Shakir easily. And if we get positive passing progression here in this Buffalo Bills offense, I think that could impact Shakir's season in a great way. So cut Amari, pick up Shakir, cut Byshell Tootin, and pick up Zach Charbonnet. And I think that's going to make your team so much better. And honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if that immediately jumps you a couple spots in the league analyzer. But let me hook you up with some free questions before we get anything else with your team. Okay, so looking at quarterback's going to be probably the biggest need with our roster. We currently are 9th in the league analyzer. 10-team league, not a great spot to be in. And those waiver wire moves that we're making, it's not going to move us up that much. Now, good news for us is there are streaming options at the quarterback position, right? It's not like every single person in our league is rostering 2 QBs, even if it's pretty close to it. I don't think we drop Purdy for any of the options on the waiver wire, but we could potentially look for a trade. Going over to running back, we have CMC, Amari Hampton, RJ Harvey, Corey Krosky-Merritt, Byshell Tootin, and we're about to drop Byshell Tootin and pick up Zach Charbonnet. So the issue that we are going to have with this running back room is I think your running back room is going to be phenomenal in the second half of the season. But in terms of the first half of the year, we are currently sitting with 5 of our 6 running backs as rookies. And even after we make the Charbonnet swap, 4 out of our 6 running backs are going to be rookies. So I think you're going to have a very difficult time getting value out of these guys early in the season. Like, I think if you were to try to sell RJ Harvey and Brock Purdy right now and go get yourself a strong quarterback, you're going to get laughed out of the room. If you try to sell, like, I don't think you can sell Amari and Hampton, because if you sell Amari and Hampton, you're having to rely on RJ Harvey or Caleb Johnson inside your starting lineup. And the fact of the matter is they're not ready for it at the beginning of the season. So what I think you're going to have to do, to be honest, is I think you're going to have to wait until we get a breakout from a couple of these rookies. I'm not even including Hampton. We're going to assume that Hampton breaks out from the very jump. But I think you need to get a breakout from RJ Harvey. I think you need to get a breakout from Caleb Johnson. And then at that point, we actually will have some flexibility where we could go through and we could potentially try to sell Amari and Hampton and get Josh Allen. We could potentially try to sell Amari and Hampton and go get Lamar. Now, if we're looking at what we have at wide receiver, we are currently sitting with Malik Neighbors, Jalen Waddle, Calvin Ridley, Stephon Diggs, Jaden Higgins, and we're going to get Khalil Shakir added in. So this is a wide receiver room that if it was a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex, I would say, you know what? Let's do what we can to sell Jalen Waddle. Let's do what we can to sell Calvin Ridley. But the difficult part of it's going to be that this is a league where we can start up to 4 of these wide receivers weekly. Those veteran running backs aren't ready to actually hit our starting lineup. So you're not going to be able to go through and sell these wide receiver depth pieces because we need them for our flex spots. And then obviously we have the elite tight end with Trey McBride. So there's nothing to talk about there. Love it. So as it stands, make the waiver wire moves that we just talked about. And then we are going to be waiting, sitting on our hands for us to get a breakout from either RJ Harvey and or Caleb Johnson. And once we end up getting one of those running backs breaking out, then at that point, it's going to be pretty easy for us to go ahead and try to make a trade and get one of the elite quarterbacks. You just don't have the depth and you don't have the flexibility to do that right now before the breakout happens. But I really appreciate you. I hope I was able to help you out. And like I said, I sent over some free vouchers for you for some other questions. So if there's anything else that you need help with, I'd be super happy to try to do my best for you, my friend. Now, Goober coming through with our next question says, I just took over this roster about a week ago. Okay, so this is going to be a Dynasty team. We're going to save that Dynasty team for the Dynasty live stream. Now, Manny says, how many more team reviews do you think you're going to do? I'm going to do a lot. I'm going to try to get in every team review here that has been sent from 2 days ago. So I'm probably going to do 15 more team reviews. However, if you send in your team right now, I'm going to be honest with you, I'm not going to get to it today. If you send in your team right now, you'll get in line for me to hopefully get to it 2 days from now. I'm not even going to promise I can get to it tomorrow. What I can promise you is you can see in this live stream by us going through and we are now on hour 4 of this. I'm going to be live streaming 5 hours a day plus trying to get to as many of these questions as I possibly can. So I'll get to it as fast as I can. If you send in a roster review right now, you'll get your spot in line. Even if you're not in the live stream, when it gets answered, it will get sent to you. So you don't need to worry about missing it. But I'm not going to be able to get to it today. There's just too many, to be honest. But I don't know, West, coming through with our next one. This is Westicles. We are in a 10-team start 8 format where it looks like some of your league mates just simply had no idea what they were doing. Looking at what we have at quarterback, we have Josh Allen and Drake May. The fact of the matter is there are strong quarterbacks on the waiver wire in your league. You have Justin Fields, JJ McCarthy, Trevor Lawrence, Michael Penix, Tua. So, in my opinion, if you have Josh Allen and you have these strong waiver wire options at the quarterback position, it's pretty easy for us to just go through, drop Drake May. If you were going to drop Drake May, do you have some other options that we can pivot to? Like Tank Bigsby, Braylon Allen are both out there, right? So honestly, I want to pick up both these running backs because there is a world in which Tank Bigsby is a starting running back this year. If Braylon Allen got to be the starter in New York, whether that was due to a trade or whether that was due to a Breece Hall injury, Braylon Allen can be a league winner. So cut Drake May, cut Chig, and pick up the combination of Tank Bigsby, Braylon Allen from your waiver wire for sure. Looking at what we have at running back, we have Bijan, Harvey, Caleb Johnson. So we have the anchor RB1. We have a couple of running backs with long-term upside, but they probably aren't super exciting to start right now. Going over to receiver, we have Brian Thomas, Devontae Adams, Pickens, Rice, Igbuka, Keon Higgins. Your team has the same issue from a lot of the other teams that we've seen in the live stream, which honestly, it's not a bad thing. It's a bad thing if you wanted to make trades today. The issue that you're going to have is we have RJ Harvey, Caleb Johnson, Ja'Cory Crosky-Merritt, Igbuka, Jaden Higgins. We have 5 rookies on the team. And we have Rashee Rice suspended. So we have 6 guys that we don't know if we can rely upon early in the season that we are banking on long-term upside for, which is completely fine, but it's going to make it where we don't have the depth early in the year to go out there and like trade for an upgrade at running back. So again, what I would optimize for is I would optimize to try to roster as many running backs as we can and to just let all these rookies and Rashee Rice, the suspended player, increase in value as time goes on. So I would go ahead and drop Drake May, drop Chig, pick up Tank Bigsby, pick up Braylon Allen. And that's honestly about it. And I think we would sit on our hands, but really appreciate you. Really hope I was able to help you out in some way here. And honestly, I think just sitting on your hands is going to be a pretty good thing for your team. Okay. Now, let's move this over to our next question. It's going to be a team review. 12-team full PPR. Any ideas on how to improve the roster? Wide receivers kept falling, so we're heavy at wideouts. So my concern is with the wide receiver depth that we would have is it's a league where you can only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So I like having the elite wide receivers at the very top, but I don't want to be filling our bench out with a ton of wide receivers. So looking at what we have at quarterback, we only have Brock Purdy, Justin Fields. So we're going to be playing the matchups here. For me personally, I would prefer Caleb over Justin Fields. I understand in the 4-point passing touchdown format, if you wanted to just bank on the rushing upside that you're going to get with Fields, if you wanted to hold him, not going to fault you for it. Real quick. Sorry, the dog wants in. Y'all want to see the prettiest girl in the world? Come on. You can come in. You can come in. I know. You want to say hi to everybody. I get it. I get it. Here you go. Here's your screen time. You can say hi to everyone. Say, hey, everyone. How y'all doing? How y'all doing? I know. Good girl. I've been in here for a while. We're going to be in here for a little bit longer too. Okay. So sorry, got off the rails just a bit. Let's get back to where we were. Okay. So 12-team full PPR. Any ideas how to improve the roster? Again, quarterback, I think I would opt to go with Caleb Williams over Justin Fields personally, but not going to fault you either way. And sorry, I forgot to send you over some free questions, and start set questions for you actually are going to be pretty important because you're going to have to be playing the matchups at quarterback. Running back, we're not in a great spot. We have Henderson, Isaiah Pacheco, Jerome Ford, Dylan Sampson, Woody Marks, and Will Shipley. So I would love to roster as many running backs as we possibly could, just because you may actually end up may end up getting like a waiver wire running back, a starting lineup job here. I mean, if Anderson's RB1, can be excited about it long term. Early in the season is going to be ugly. Isaiah Pacheco RB2 could potentially be ugly as well. And the depth isn't phenomenal. Wide receiver, though, we have Nico, London, Tet, Hunter, Downs, Addison, and then we have McBride at tight end. So, I mean, it's pretty simple. We want to upgrade we want to upgrade running back. The easiest way to do this is if we can make just a 1-for-1 swap. If there's a world in which we can sell Tet McMillan for Breece Hall, sell Tet McMillan for Kenneth Walker, I mean, it doesn't have to be the 1-for-1 true deal. Like, you can also like offer them Jerome Ford, Dylan Sampson, Woody Marks, Will Shipley, give them any running back that's irrelevant on our roster to go and get the additional startable running back. Because say we trade Tet for Kenneth Walker, and then also we throw in Jerome Ford, whatever the hell it is. Running back, all of a sudden, we have Kenneth Walker, Trevion Henderson, Isaiah Pacheco. That's a good running back room. And wide receiver, we still have Nico Collins, Drake London, Travis Hunter, Josh Downs, Jordan Addison to play the flex. So the difficulty with this team is you can only start 3 receivers at the very most. So like you are looking at a lineup with Travis Hunter, Josh Downs, Jordan Addison locked and loaded onto the bench. So I think if you could find a way to sell one of the receivers, if you're not getting any bites for the Tet McMillan for a running back, what you could try as well as Tet McMillan and Brock Purdy for Jalen Hurts, Tet McMillan and Brock Purdy for Jaden Daniels. You're not going to get to Allen. You're not going to get to Lamar. But just trying to maximize some of these wide receiver points. I mean, you could try to sell Josh Downs. You could try to sell Jordan Addison. Just the fact of the matter is, I'm in a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. Well, yeah, they're going to score points. Nobody's going to trade for them, which is why I think you should be just trading a better receiver for another position. And then we have our depth pieces sliding into our starting lineup. But if you whiff on all of that, you could try sending London. I mean, we could just try all these 1-for-1 swaps. We could try sending Nico Collins even. If we can sell Nico for CMC, sell Nico for Ashton Genty. If we could sell London for Josh Jacobs, sell London for Jonathan Taylor, sell London for Chase Brown, sell London for Bucky Irving. Maybe that's kind of the last ditch resort if we're not able to go through and if we're not able to get that price point that we like for Tet McMillan. But of course, it's not going to be a guarantee that we can. So it's very simple. In a league where you could start 4 wide receivers weekly, you'd be chilling. You wouldn't have to be doing anything. But that's not your scenario. Your scenario is you can only start 2 wide receivers in 1 flex in your format. So in my opinion, you absolutely have to make a trade. And I think it's very simple. You just try to sell a wide receiver for a running back. But I really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this. Now let's move this over to Safter. Says it's a super flex, only start 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers, and 1 tight end. So the wide receiver depth in your league is going to be meaningless. And with the league analyzer, it's pulling in 1 quarterback values. So definitely ignore the league analyzer almost entirely. And let me go ahead and send you over some free questions just in case there's anything to follow up. Say, should I cut down to roster a 3rd quarterback or just roll as is and keep the extra wide receiver since it's weaker than the running back room? You can only start 2 wide receivers here at the very most. So if you can only start 2 wide receivers at the very most, I mean, you're in a situation in which you are highly incentivized to go ahead and do what you can to sell any wide receiver depth, to get any wide receiver depth off the roster. Looking at our team, we don't have the best quarterback room. We are currently 7th according to the league analyzer at QB. And there are starters out there on waivers. So for me, yes, I cut Josh Downs in a Superflex league for Jaden Daniels. Now, if it was a Superflex league, like I play in a lot of Dynasty Superflex leagues, right? Where in the Dynasty Superflex league, most of my leagues, you can start 11 total offensive players, but the common Dynasty league is you start 10 offensive players. Where If you start 10 offensive players, you can get in like 5 wide receivers into your lineup. Here, you can only get 2 in. So, like, having London, Sutton, Pickens, and Igbuka is going to be more than enough. I would drop Josh Downs. I would pick up your favorite between Daniel Jones, Geno Smith, and Sam Darnold. Going over and looking at other positions, running back, we have Gibbs, Bucky, JCM, Jordan, Mason. I think we're in a good spot here. One other thing that you could try to do instead of dropping Josh Downs, I know you're not going to be able to sell Josh Downs in a 2-for-1 deal to upgrade elsewhere. I'm not a fool. You could try to sell a different receiver. You said you have to start a tight end in this league, right? Yeah, if we have to start a tight end, I would love to try to sell Cortland Sutton and Tyler Warren for George Kittle. Because again, the wide receivers should be so devalued in your league. Okay. So selling Sutton and Warren for George Kittle would put you in a position where you don't even have to cut Josh Downs. You could open up the roster spot, and then you could just go ahead and pick up Daniel Jones for free off the waiver wire. And then you'd have a starting lineup where you have Gibbs, Bucky at running back, London, Pickens at wide receiver, George Kittle at tight end. We're starting Bo Nix, Jared Goff, and then have a QB3 that we can cycle through given matchup. So that would be my play. My play is do legitimately anything that you can in a league where you can only start 2 wide receivers and 0 flex spots to sell the wide receiver, upgrade either at tight end, upgrade at quarterback, and with your open roster spot, go ahead and pick up another QB. I understand, yes, running back stronger than wide receiver, but still, like in the league analyzer, I'm fine if it tells you you have the worst placed wide receiver room in this league. It frankly just doesn't matter if you can only start 2 at the very most. And I know technically maybe you can start 1 in the Superflex, but there's no way in hell I'm ever starting Josh Downs over Jared Goff, right? But I really appreciate you. Really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this. And again, I sent you over some of those free questions. If you try to send in a trade question, please clarify for me if it's going to, again, that is Superflex because I may forget. Okay, so let's move this over to our next one, which is going to come out from Larry Fish. This 12-team PPR, 2-quarterback league. Curious on your thoughts on moves I can possibly make. I sent out a trade, Brees Kyron, Brees Achane, and another London and JJ for Caleb and Genty. Okay, so 2-quarterback format, London and JJ for Caleb and Genty. I don't know if I love those deals, to be honest. I mean, if you could trade Brees for Kyron, I'd love it. Brees for Achane, I'd love it. We are the number 1 team in the league analyzer, but again, if this is a 2-quarterback format, we're not pulling in 2 QB4. Oh, actually, it's JJ McCarthy, not Justin Jefferson. I thought you were sending out the Justin Jefferson trade. But yeah, if you can trade London and JJ McCarthy for Caleb and Ashton Genty, that'd be an absolute no-brainer. It looks like this is also a very shallow Superflex league as well. So this is going to be a spot in which you don't have a ton of wide receivers you can get into your lineup. So the first thing that I noticed here for me personally is with the shallowness of the wide receiver needs for your starting lineup, I personally would be cutting Marvin Mims. I just don't see a world in which Marvin Mims ever hits your lineup. And I would much prefer rostering Daniel Jones. So cut Marvin Mims, pick up Daniel Jones for sure. Quarterback, we'll have Kyler McCarthy. And then DJ. Running back, we have Hampton, Brees, Pollard, JCM, Jordan Mason, Trey Benson. So it looks like nobody accepted our Brees Hall deals. And honestly, I'm really fine with this running back room. Like we have the production in at the top with upside, and we have depth throughout it as well. Wide receiver, we have Lamb, Nico, London. So we have 3 wide receiver 1s while at the same time not falling too far behind at quarterback. We can kind of afford a punt tight end here with Loveland. Cycling through and looking at other potential waiver wire pickups, I don't necessarily think that we need to be picking anybody up off the waiver wire at tight end. If I was to look at someone, it would be Jonnu Smith. But the fact of the matter is we're going to cut Marvin and we're going to pick up Daniel Jones. I don't necessarily think that we can cut Trey Benson for Jonnu. I would like to see if we could leverage Olave in a deal. So it looks like some of these trades that you're trying to make, you're trying to sell like 1-for-1 swaps of Brees to Kyron, Brees to Achane. Like, effectively, that has no shot of happening, right? And nobody in your league is going to be trading Achane for Brees unless we get really bad injury news regarding Achane. Then at that point, we may not want him. But maybe if you decided to go through and if you decided to throw in the depth piece of like Chris Olave, where for us, when we have Lamb, Nico, London, and it's a shallow starting lineup requirement like this, Olave is not really going to make an impact. If you could go like Olave and Brees to pick up Achane, Olave and Brees to pick up Bucky, Olave and Brees to pick up Chase, Olave and Brees to pick up Taylor, Olave and Brees to pick up Jacobs, I think that would be a much more reasonable trade to get off if you were trying to trade away Brees Hall. If we are looking at other potential moves we can make, I don't think I would want to sell the depth running back. I wouldn't want to sell Pollard on this team. I think the depth running backs here is going to be more viable than the depth receiver, given the construction that we have at the very top of our roster with Lamb, Nico, and London. So I think Olave is really the guy that I'd be looking to move off of. Obviously, you could also attack the quarterback position if we wanted to try to move from Olave and Kyler to get up to, there's no way in hell we're able to get up to the top 5 quarterbacks. You'd probably be looking at like QB6 Mahomes. So if instead you wanted to try to get from like McCarthy and Olave up to the Mahomes Baker range in a Superflex league, I think you could look to do that as well. And in that case, if you really enjoyed Marvin Mims' upside, now that it looks like he's going to be running the majority of the routes with Bo Nix, you don't even have to drop him and you can go ahead and you can pick up Daniel Jones for free. But I think that's all we have for you in this. I really do appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way. And again, you have a phenomenal team. You have the number 1 team in the league analyzer, right? And I would love if you can get that deal done with London and JJ for Caleb and Ashton Genty. I think that'd balance out your roster a bunch. And then if you do get that done, I think that you'll have the Tony Pollard as an expendable asset afterwards. Let me send you over some free vouchers for additional questions, just in case there's anything else you want to follow up with during the year. I'd be super happy to check it out for you, my friend. But let's move this over to our next team. This is going to be G. Caracati. Says 12-team PPR, traded my 3rd for a 6th, 7th, 8th, kept Ridley with my original 6th. So this is a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex, single keeper format. Honestly, I don't know if I like keeping Ridley with your original 6th. I'm surprised we didn't have a better potential keeper, just considering the fact that Ridley probably would have gone in the 6th regardless. I'm going to set you up with some of these free vouchers just in case there's anything else that you want to follow up with when we're done with this. But here we are 9th at quarterback, 2nd running back, 11th at receiver, and 7th at tight end. Looking at the best available players on the waiver wire, there are okay options when it comes to what we have at tight end. Like you could pick up Dallas Goedert. Okay options at quarterback as well with Jordan Love, Trevor Lawrence. So we could effectively stream the quarterback position if we really wanted to. We could effectively stream the tight end position if we wanted to as well. It's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, so the wide receiver depth's not going to make too big of a difference. So in a format like that, I would really like to try to get an upgrade at QB if we can. So looking at quarterback, we have Fields and May. Running back, we have Gibbs, Connor, Pacheco, Dobbins, Eckler. Wide receiver, we have Wilson, Waddle, Ridley, Diggs, Downs. Tight end, we have Hawkinson. So it's a very well-balanced team. Typically in a league like this, I am wanting to go a little bit lighter at wide receiver since you can only start 3 at the very most. You've already done that. So if we are trying to optimize and actually extract value where we can hopefully upgrade at quarterback, I think the hope would, at least the only possible way to do it would be selling an RB. Because nobody's going to trade you a relatively good quarterback for Justin Fields and Calvin Ridley. Nobody's going to trade you a good quarterback for Stephon Diggs and Drake May. So what I would try to do, and really the only option of what you have, is potentially selling one of the running backs, whether that's going to be James Conner or Isaiah Pacheco. I'm going to assume that your league mates are going to be more excited to trade for Connor. I think that they're in a relatively similar range for me rest of season. Also, if you were to sell one of the quarterbacks, you could drop Drake May and you could go out there and pick up like Tajay Spears off the waiver wire if you can throw him on the IR. The other waiver wire running backs that potentially be interesting to look at would be Woody Marks, but not a super easy league to make waiver wire moves. So let's go Pacheco, Fields. See if we can get to Burrow. I would love to somehow, some way, even if we have to throw in a third piece, go like Connor Fields Downs or Connor May Downs. There's no way we can get to Daniels. There's no way we can get to Hurts. I would send the offer and see what they say. But the issue is we have Gibbs, and we're obviously not going to be pivoting from Gibbs to the elite quarterback. So your roster's already constructed in a way which I think you've done a good job optimizing for your format. The only thing that I would like to do is get ourselves an elite level QB. But the fact of the matter is, I just don't know if you're going to be able to afford it. But I did send you over those free questions. So please, if you have anything else that you want me to take a look at, I'd be super happy to follow up with you, my friend. But I think you've already done a good job balancing out your league for the format you're playing in. Now, Slasher O says, I got sniped a lot on running back, so I tried to triple down with wide receiver. I know I need to trade for a running back. I'm just not sure who I want to trade and who I want to target. Ideally, I think Ladd could get me someone I want, but I'm not opposed to a blockbuster trade. Let me know your thoughts. Thank you. And should I drop Judkins? So it's going to depend on what's on the waiver wire. Let me make sure we set you up with some of these free questions just so you can follow up with anything that you need. So first thing that I want to mention is this is going to be a league in which you can start 4 wide receivers weekly. So wide receiver depth is going to matter a bit more in this league than it would elsewhere. And you can almost say the same thing about running back, right? Just given the viability of the flex plays. We have the McBride-Kyler stack at quarterback tight end. I mean, obviously, I like having the elite tight end in a 10-team league specifically, but because it's a start 8 format, I understand not being able to afford both the elite QB and the elite tight end. Going over and looking at what we have with the potential pickups if you were to drop Judkins, in my opinion, the best running back available on the waiver wire would be Byshell Tootin. The best wide receiver available on the waiver wire would be Jaden Higgins. And in reality, I wouldn't fault anybody at all in a league where you can start up to 4 wide receivers to value Jaden Higgins over Quinshon Judkins. The issue that you would have with you doing it specifically is like, what? We're going to pick up Jaden Higgins to be our wide receiver 9? Your wide receiver room is just simply too good. We have the number 1 wide receiver room in the league. That's why we are the number 1 team in the league analyzer. Wide receiver, we have St. Brown, Nico Collins, Ladd McConkey. Ladd McConkey is our wide receiver 3 on this team. There's no way in hell we could potentially look to pick up a wide receiver off the waiver wire. We have Rome wide receiver 4, Ricky Pearsall wide receiver 5, Golden wide receiver 6, Downs wide receiver 7. We have Addison wide receiver 8. So, I mean, the very clear move to make with this team is we need to find a way to get some of these bench wide receiver points into our starting lineup. 2 different ways we can go about this. We can approach our league mates, go, hey, let me give you Matthew Golden and DeAndre Swift. Let me try to get up to Kenneth Walker. Let me try to get up to Breece Hall. We can try selling one of our depth wide receivers that looks like they would never hit our starting lineup with a running back to get a direct upgrade there. And don't get me wrong, I think that should be our plan A. I think we should try to go for it. But another outcome of what we could try to go for that, in my opinion, is almost easier, more likely to get done, is just go and swap a wide receiver for a running back straight up that goes in a similar range. Or maybe a wide receiver for a quarterback, right? So we have Ladd McConkey here. Ladd McConkey typically going in a similar range of what you have with Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson. Is there a world in which we can sell Ladd McConkey and Kyler Murray for Lamar? Ladd McConkey and Kyler Murray for Allen? Even if we have the McBride stack, because then all of a sudden, like, we have the elite quarterback with Josh Allen. And what does it do with us at running back? We still have St. Brown, Nico, Rome, Ricky, Golden, Downs, Addison. It makes no impact whatsoever with our wide receiver position. We're able to slide these guys up relatively easily. And we could open up a roster spot where if you were to be worried about wide receiver, you could just pick up Jaden Higgins right away. So my plan A, let me try to send Ladd and Kyler and go get Allen or Lamar. If that doesn't work out, I think our plan B is to just try to swap a wide receiver to a running back. I'm going to go over and see you as McCaffrey, and I'm going to offer them Amon-Ra St. Brown. I'm going to offer them Nico Collins. I'm going to give them their choice between the two. Is there a way we can swap one of the receivers and go get CMC? Because then we have Nico, Ladd, Rome, Ricky, Golden, Downs. We're still perfectly fine at wide receiver. So, and then same thing, like if we could go ahead and we could take Ladd McConkey and Jordan Mason, pair up Ladd McConkey, Jordan Mason, and try to go pivot to Bucky, Chase Brown, Jonathan Taylor, Josh Jacobs. I think based off the depth that you have at wide receiver, you honestly kind of have to make one of those moves. I would not drop Quinshon Judkins just yet. If we get to the season, we still have no additional news for him. Then at that point, I think for sure we can. But I really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way. And let me move this over to some more of the quick hitting questions, like the start sit questions and the trade questions quickly. Okay, now this trade question coming up from Just Easy says, only spot I'm kind of struggling at is quarterback. I have Jamar, Josh Jacobs, and Kenneth Walker. It is a 10-team PPR league. So tight end afterwards, we'd have Andrews. We have nobody else on the roster. 10-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex. Cooper Kupp literally is meaningless. I'm going to be honest. I've drafted Cooper Kupp in a decent amount of underdog basketball drafts. I don't feel good about it. I'm not proud of it, but I've taken Kupp a decent amount. But in a 10-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex, he's never going to make an impact for your win rate this year. So we're effectively trading Kyler and Bowers for the Lamar and Andrew stack. And if you wanted to go through and if you want to do this, I'm not going to fault you whatsoever. It looks to be a league where you only have 2 wide receivers, 1 flex. So quarterback's going to make up a high percentage of our starting lineup output weekly. I think Andrew's going to crush at the beginning of the year with no Likely. It does sound like we got some positive news regarding the Isaiah Likely injury where he should be ready somewhat early in the season. But overall, with your league format, with your team setup, if you throw it in the trade calculator, I think it probably says that you're going to lose. But I think if you really wanted to get Lamar, it's a fine deal. Now, J-Bat coming through. Says, IDP League, where do you take Hunter and ESPN? What's the best strategy? I'm going to be completely honest with you. I'm an idiot. I have never played in an IDP League. I will say what's going to be very important for you to understand and for you to look into before you go through and you take Travis Hunter in like the 3rd round is make sure that Travis Hunter is going to be eligible for a defensive back spot on the IDP side. And make sure if you put him on the defensive back spot in your IDP league, you are going to be getting points for him at wide receiver. And if you will, F it. Take him in the 3rd round. You're going to get a massive positional advantage. But if like you have to put him at wide receiver and you can't put him at your defensive back spot, then I don't know if that's going to be that exciting. Now, Bodie, always happy to see you. This is going to be a Dynasty deal where we're selling Flowers, Pickens for Puka and a couple 2nd-round picks. We're definitely going to take Puka in a couple 2nd-round. We're definitely going to take Puka here. If these were 1st-round picks, maybe it's a little bit tougher, but it's a 1-quarterback league. 2nd-round picks aren't going to bridge the gap. Now, Legion says P2, 8T, PPR, 3 WR, 2 RB, 1 FLX, R1-3 Strat, W- and W-O JC. What the hell? How many humans should understand what that means? I'm going to try to decipher it. 18 PPR league where we start 3 wide receivers in a single flex. What are we doing rounds 1 through 3? Now, no idea what the hell WOJC means. I would say 8-team league. Pick 3. I'd probably go with an elite running back. At the end of the 2nd round, I'd probably go Bowers. In the beginning of the 3rd round, I'd probably go Josh Allen. Again, 8-team league, wide receiver and running back depth is going to be incredibly easy to come by, where you shouldn't stress about it at all. Okay. Now, T. Dennis coming through. Trade question. This is Lamar Rome versus Dak, Chuba, Tat. I'm going to take Lamar. I mean, it's a 12-team start 8 format, so like getting the additional starter in is nice. And I'd definitely rather have Tat than Rome, but I think Lamar's in a different tier. Okay. So let's go ahead and pivot back over to some of these team reviews real quick. I think some of these were Dynasty that we were saving for a Dynasty live stream. This one's going to be from Manny. And here he's saying, hey, Mason, what are your thoughts on my teams and where we should upgrade? Not loving my running back tight end. Let me know. Thanks. Thank you, my friend. I know you've been a long time member of the flock. Let me set you up with a couple of these free vouchers for through the season. And here we are currently the 5th team in the league analyzer, which you don't love to see. But it's a 14-team league. 14-team format where we start up to 4 wide receivers weekly. So here, the depth is going to be incredibly important. This is a league where I want to be punting tight ends because we cannot afford to fall behind the 8 ball at wide receiver and running back. Here, we have an elite quarterback with Jaden Daniels, which in a 14-team league, something that's a very interesting note is if everybody's rostering 2 quarterbacks, you simply can't stream one. Like, here are the best quarterbacks on the waiver wire: Daniel Jones, Anthony Richardson, and Russell Wilson. So to be completely honest with you, I wouldn't fault you at all if you wanted to roster a second quarterback yourself if everybody else is doing it. 12-team league, no, because there's still going to be guys left over. 14-team league, there aren't any. So if you wanted to cut like Damian Pierce and pick up Daniel Jones, I wouldn't fault you for it. Going over to running back, actually, we have some running backs on the waiver wire. I would cut Damian Pierce in favor of DJ Giddens personally. I would cut Roschon Johnson in favor of Chris Rodriguez as well. Like Hook'em Horns, I love Roschon, but we just have had no positive buzz whatsoever coming out of Chicago with his role in this backfield. I think DJ Giddens, phenomenal prospect profile. Kind of regardless of if we had Taylor or not, I would want to roster him. And with Chris Rodriguez, regardless if we had Eckler or not, I would want to roster him in a 14-team format. Going over to wide receiver, for me, I'm an idiot, so I still prefer the big Q over Joshua Palmer. But again, I would not advise anybody else to do so. It's a league where we have to start 6 non-quarterbacks and tight ends weekly. So our starting lineup is going to be Jonathan Taylor, Aaron Jones at running back, Chase Worthy at wide receiver. And then I guess in the flex spots, we're rolling out Eckler and Stevenson. So here's a team that I'm fine selling the elite quarterback. Like, is there a world in which we can go through and we can look at some of these teams that desperately need a quarterback and we can move off of Jaden Daniels and pick up an additional skill position starter? Again, I would never want to do this in a 10-team league. For sure, I'm not doing this in an 8-team league. But, and honestly, a 12-team format, probably not either. But here is just so hard to find wide receiver and running back that will move the needle for you. So if you wanted to move from like Daniels down to Bo Nix, if you could pick up like let's say we go from Daniels to Bo Nix and we throw in Keenan Allen to get to Ladd McConkey, I would be completely fine making that move. Daniels to Bo Nix and we throw in, no, we're not doing that. Daniels to Bo Nix, and in return we get back Devonta Smith. Like, that's a trade that would be horrendous in a 10-team format because it's like, what is Devonta Smith really doing for our lineup? And how could he possibly bridge the gap that we're going to be losing from a points per game perspective from Daniels to Bo? But here it's like, oh, in our flex spot, Devonta Smith is taking over for Keenan Allen. That's a pretty big gap between the two players. And then if you were to make that kind of move, we for sure want to be picking up the second quarterback off the waiver wire. Going through and looking at other teams that potentially need some help at QB. This team has Dak and Michael Penix. Is there a world in which we can send them Jaden Daniels for Dak Prescott and Alvin Kamara? This team has Caleb, Fields, and Geno. Is there a world in which we can send them Jaden Daniels for Caleb Williams and George Pickens and maybe Jordan Addison? And again, we're expecting the majority of these trades to get rejected. We just need one to get accepted. This team is Kyler Murray. Is there a world in which we can sell them Jaden Daniels for Kyler Murray and we pick up Davante Adams? This team has Goff. Is there a world in which we can sell them Jaden Daniels and we can get Goff and Marvin Harrison? This team is McCarthy. Can we sell them Daniels and get McCarthy and Tyreek? This team is Mahomes. Can we sell them Daniels and get Mahomes and Ted McMillan? This team is May. Can we sell them Daniels and get back May and Terry McLaurin, or May and Kenneth Walker? So that's what I think you would have to do with this team. Again, I almost never say that. 9 times out of 10 when we're looking at these rosters, I'm like, you know what? I like the idea of us going out there and trading for the elite level quarterback. But in your scenario, 14-team league where you have to start 8 players, I think you're in a spot where actually going ahead and getting the depth makes a lot of sense. Now, Bobby Baloney, this is loading now, says, we have to draft and roster 3 quarterbacks, 4 running backs, 6 receivers, 2 tight ends, 3 kickers, and 2 defenses. That may or may not be the dumbest thing I've ever heard. After that, we can draft whoever we want, but there's a lot of strategy when drafting. My initial thought was trying to something like wide receiver, running back, or running back for an upgrade. Feeling pretty good about wide receiver. Yeah, I mean, dear God. So the tight end options are going to be the waiver wire options are going to be very difficult for us, right? Because if we're looking at this, we have to, essentially, if we're dropping a wide receiver, we have to pick up a wide receiver. If we're dropping a running back, we have to pick up a running back. Looking at quarterback, we have Purdy, Dak Prescott, J.J. McCarthy. Okay, this actually makes more sense. It's a 2 quarterback league. Makes sense why you have to draft 3 QBs. So your 2 quarterback format, we have 3 QB2s in a 10-team league. We can play the matchups between them as well. So it's not the worst thing in the world. So I'm fine with this quarterback room. I mean, obviously we don't have Allen, we don't have Lamar, we don't have Daniels, we don't have Hurts. So it's not like we're extremely strong, but we're going to be able to be serviceable here. Going over and looking at what we have with running back, we have Jahmyr Gibbs, Trevion Henderson, Isaiah Pacheco, J.K. Dobbins, Trevion Henderson, Trey Benson. So we have the 3rd best running back room in this league. It's going to be a league in which you start 11 offensive players weekly. So it actually matters a lot to have this depth. So I actually really like when we see that we have names like J.K. Dobbins, Isaiah Pacheco, these players that should be startable at the beginning of the season, even if you think that they potentially have a little bit of a cap ceiling. Going over to receiver, we have CeeDee Lamb, Ladd McConkey, Jamison Williams, Igbuka, Ricky Pearsall. So just to map this out, we got to start 11 offensive players, right? So we have, say, Purdy, Dak in our lineup. That's our 2 quarterbacks. We have Gibbs, Henderson, Pacheco that we're excited to start. That's 5 players. We have to start David Njoku. That's 6. Then wide receiver, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So our bench names, really, we don't have many. We got like J.K. Dobbins on the bench that would be startable. So my initial thought process with this team was like, oh yeah, let's go through and we are the 3rd best wide receiver room, 3rd best running back room. Let's do what we can to upgrade over David Njoku with the fan and usage. But the fact of the matter is, I don't know if you can. Because the starting lineup requirements are pretty damn deep in this league. So I don't know if we want to be making that 2-for-1 deal here. Instead, I think you're maybe a little bit better off if instead we were to potentially actually just make some small little pivots with the waiver wire. So if we were to look at what we have with these guys down here at the bottom with their ability to hit our lineup, Eligeo Manor, I know that things have gotten cleared out with the cuts that the Tennessee Titans made, and I know that he looked decent in the preseason. But for me, given what we have with Hunter Renfrow getting cut and Adam Thielen getting traded, I think at this point, I would prefer Jalen Coker over Elick. They are telling us that Jalen Coker is going to be playing in the slot, and at the same time, Jalen Coker looked decent his rookie season. Beyond that, if we were looking to make any moves, like I think maybe Pat Bryant, Jack Besh, one of these rookie wide receivers could be a play over Wan'Dale Robinson. Like obviously Pat Bryant going to be in a much better offense. You'd assume that his role is not going to be as guaranteed as what you're going to get with Wan'Dale. But the thing is with Wan'Dale Robinson, it's not like you're looking to start him early in the season anyway. So you'd just be kind of rostering Pat Bryant for the late season upside regardless. And if we're looking at Jack Besh, I mean, you're really only interested in Jack Besh there, obviously, under the assumption that Jacoby Myers gets dealt. But if you look at the Jacoby Myers profile, Jack Besh is almost a 1-for-1 replacement with him. So I like your team for your format specifically. I think initially we were going to try to upgrade tight end, but I actually think you've done a good job. I think instead we're just going to drop Alec Aoman, or we're going to pick up Jalen Coker. And you know what I'd probably do instead? It sounds like based off the way that you described this, we're rostering enough wide receiver production anyway. So instead of looking at Besh or Pat Bryant, I actually think we would go get Woody Marks with the Joe Mixon developments. So I'd be dropping Wan'Dale Robinson for Woody Marks. But you make those two small moves. Actually, there's no way in hell we jumped the team ahead of us in the league analyzer, but we'd be a little bit better. But I appreciate you, and super weird format. It makes more sense because it's a super flex league than how I initially read it, though. Now, CR12 coming through says, hey, Mason, wondering if you could maybe try to get a better tight end. Also, just did a trade Garrett Wilson for T. Higgins. Will you add to the flex spot week 1? Okay, so let's go ahead and let's check this out. So this is going to be a league in which we only start 2 wide receivers, 1 flex. So depth's not going to matter much. So I love that we have Josh Allen. We are punting tight end on the other onesie with Cade Otton, however. Let me move this up so y'all can see the rest. Going over to the bench, we have Justin Fields. So obviously when we have Allen, we don't need Fields. And then we have Loveland at tight end. So for me, I understand that maybe with the Jalen McMillan injury and with the Chris Godwin injury, you potentially have an interesting setup for Cade Otton early in the season to score points, but I actually think Cade Otton's banged up as well himself now. So what I would do is I'd put Loveland at tight end. And then running back, we have Bijan, Bucky Irving. So we have 2 solid RB1s that we're really excited about. We have Tony Pollard as well as a running back that projects to have a decent amount of volume. We have Trevion Henderson down on the bench. Honestly, I think that there are very clear moves that we want to make with this team. We have Henderson on the bench, Egbuka, Rome, Pickens all on the bench as well. Your team is too deep and too strong at running back and wide receiver for us to not improve the tight end position. And when we were looking at improving the tight end position, in my opinion, I think Tony Pollard is going to be a relatively easy sell for you. The reason being is I don't know if Tony Pollard is going to be that much better than what you have with the other options inside your starting lineup right now. If you were to go through and if you were to flip Trevion Henderson over him, right? And we would assume that Tony Pollard's actually going to be getting worse as the season goes on. But at the beginning of the year, obviously is a viable play considering the fact that you do have Tajay Spears on the IR for the first 4 weeks. So what I would be opting to do in this setup is I would be going through and I'd be trying to package together a running back and tight end combo to potentially try to go get an elite tight end. Now, the issue as I think through this is I don't think you're getting an elite tight end by selling Tony Pollard and Loveland. In a league like this, I think that there's almost no shot that you get one of the big 3 names, and I really want one of the big 3 tight ends. So what I would probably opt to do instead is climb up the ladder and actually sell one of the other running backs. So I think I would climb up the ladder and maybe look to sell Bucky Irving, or you could do this at wide receiver because again, you have just an incredible amount of wide receiver depth through your team. So when we look at having Rome Odunze, Egbuka, George Pickens down here on the bench, one thing that we could try to do is we could try to sell Garrett Wilson in a package with Loveland to try to go get George Kittle. I would offer the Kittle owner and I would offer the McBride owner. I don't think you get Bowers. I would offer them Sutton and Loveland for McBride. I'd offer them Sutton and Loveland for Kittle. I'd offer them Wilson and Loveland for Kittle. I'd offer them Wilson and Loveland for McBride. The expectations are those deals are probably going to get rejected. If we wanted to climb up the ladder with this roster in another way, we could go through and we could actually look to potentially package together Bucky Irving as well as Colson Loveland. And I think you can actually get yourself Brock Bowers That way, and the fact of the matter is, for your flex spot and your skill positions, when you have this much value down here on the bench, you're really not going to be sacrificing much, and we should get that dramatic improvement at the onesie inside our starting lineup. So I think that it's a pretty easy spot to make those deals for an elite tight end. You can afford it because your team's so good. And honestly, for that reason, I think you honestly just kind of have to, my friend. But I really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way. Now, Austin coming through with our next one. This is, I believe, a Dynasty team. So we are going to save this for the Dynasty stream, my friend. Let's go ahead and let's get this for Vert. It says this is a 14-team auction draft. We have IDPs in this league, 1 defensive lineman, 1 linebacker, 1 defensive back. But all you need to know is that our IDP average about 6 points. So if that's the case where you only have to start 1 individual defensive player across each position, they are completely meaningless, especially if they only average 6 points. Like, there's honestly even no reason to have them. I paid for Travis Hunter, who will be in the DB slot. Okay, well, that is very relevant. If you're telling me the average DB is only averaging about 6 points, and we could see Travis Hunter drop 15, in terms of value over replacement, he may be one of the most valuable players in this league. What should I look to do? So looking at this, the league analyzer, of course, is not going to understand the positional advantage that you have with Travis Hunter going into the defensive back spot. And also, it's not going to understand that you're in a situation where we have 1 fewer wide receiver for our depth. So this is going to be a start 8, 14 team league. So start 8, 14 team league, depth is going to be incredibly important. The first thing that I think you need to do is in a 14 team league, I really would like to roster 2 quarterbacks just because if something happens to our guy, we would be screwed. The waiver wire is going to be barren. Most people are going to roster 2 quarterbacks. We look at the waiver wire right now, you got 5 starters. So what I would look to do is I would personally cut Roschon Johnson from the bottom end of this team. Even in a 14-team format where it looks like Roschon may not even be the running back 2 in Chicago, I just think that Tua is going to have a much better shot at actually impacting your team in a positive way. Going over and looking at the other running backs on the waiver wire, they're absolute garbage. Not worth picking up. Going ahead and looking at the receivers, I am an idiot. So I still personally would prefer Quentin Johnston over Jalen Coker. The Big Q had a better season last year, but I do understand that they drafted Trey Harris. They signed Keenan Allen. To be fair, going over and looking at Carolina, they drafted Tet McMillan. I think that's maybe a little bit tougher to get over. Looking at what we have with our... So for me, I would cut Jalen Coker in favor of Quentin Johnston, but I mean, obviously it's not going to be the end of the world regardless. Going ahead and looking at what we have with our starting lineup, we have Derrick Henry, Tank Bigsby in at running back, which obviously is garbage for the majority of leagues. It's not great for a 14-team format, but 14-team league is at least a little better than other leagues. Wide receiver, we have Adams, DJ Moore, Jamison Williams, and Rome Odunze in our 2 wide receivers and a couple flex spots. So that's honestly really strong. We throw Travis Hunter in there at the IDP hole, and I think you're in a really good position. And we have David Njoku at tight end. So I think you did great. Again, I would definitely be wanting to potentially sell a wide receiver for a running back if it wasn't for the fact that Travis Hunter is not a wide receiver here. Given your league format and given our ability to play him at defensive back, where he should give us hopefully 10 to 11 points in terms of value over replacement. If you were to just go through and trade Jamison Williams and Tank Bigsby to go get a running back, like cool, our running back 2 situation would be better, but all of a sudden we would just have a mess in the flex spot anyway. So you'd be fixing one hole and you'd be causing another one. So I think you did great with this team. I wish I had a lot more for you. I definitely would have more for you if it wasn't for you explaining the Travis Hunter situation. So I think you're good to go. And honestly, I think you can ignore the league analyzer, my friend. But let me mark this complete and let me pivot over and see if we have any quick questions that we should get to. Okay. Here we got no risk it, no biscuit. Dynasty deal where we're looking at Barkley versus the 108, 208, 308. And now that Judkins is dust, I'm going Barkley. Yeah, because that 108 looks a lot less exciting now. Legal Assassin coming through with the start set. Obviously, we're starting Allen over McCarthy. We have Barkley, HN as auto starts. Wide receiver, I'm going to be going with... I hate the Pickens matchup, but honestly, we're going to start Pickens and Jameson here, so it won't really matter anyway. And then tight end, I'm going to go Mark Andrews over Tyler Warren. I would rather have Warren rest of season, but week 1, you have a high-scoring game against the Bills for Mark Andrews, and you have no Isaiah Likely. Now, Ungalord here with the starting lineup. If we were to change anything, the best player on your bench is, I guess, Keon Coleman, and there's no way in hell I'm starting Keon over Henderson, Devonta Smith, Stephon Diggs, or CeeDee Lamb. So I think you leave this as is. But we have been live for over 4 hours now. I'm about to pee myself. We still have a lot of team reviews to get to, but I promise y'all I will live stream for 4 hours again tomorrow, getting to as many teams as possible. But I got to do an underdog draft stream tonight. I only have like 7 more days that I can do those. And y'all know that, honestly, I do enjoy those more than answering questions. Still love answering questions, of course, but the draft streams are my favorite thing in the world. I only have 7 days that I'm allowed to do them still until... obviously, can't draft. So I'm going to get those in. I will be live again in about 15, 20 minutes. Just going to take a small mental break. I've been in this room rattling off trade questions for 4 hours. So let me mentally reset. Go maybe walk the dog. And I'll be back in 15 to 20 minutes to do drafts. Appreciate you. And obviously, we're going to be live streaming every single day until Christmas. So if somehow, some way you have not already hit the bell next to the subscribe button, do so, because then you'll know when we are live and you can come out to the stream. But appreciate you, ladies and gentlemen, and really hope I get to see you out with that live stream in about 15 to 20 minutes.